TV is here to stay. So start there. Hold on. There we go. Come on in, join in. Let's get this shit started. Talking about Trey Reed right now. Let's talk about it. This is in Mississippi, Delta State University. Trey Reed found hanging from a tree next to the big pickleball courts. There's been a lot of speculation with this case, so I want to talk about it. I got in the mood to go live on this. Let's keep that there. All right, you want to hear a joke? Yeah, I'm afraid to say yeah, but okay. Let's hear the joke. Come on. I want more and more people to come in. Come on. Y'all could give the video a thumbs up. Get more people in here. Let's get this thing suggested. We talking about Trey Reed, Mississippi, Delta State University. Found hanging from a tree. A second body was found of a white man named Corey Zoutakis, I think. Zoutakis. Sounds Greek. Also found hanging from a tree in Mississippi. I forget what part. Quite a coincidence. But if you look up how many people hang themselves every year, it's bound to happen where it happens twice in one day. So Trey Reed was a black man, 21 years old, I believe. Or was he 18? I forgot his age. My bad. I don't remember if he was 21, 20, 19, or 18. Somewhere between 18 and 21, let's say. Horrible reporting, I know. Hold on. Sorry about that. Trey Reed was 21 years old. And I got a nice little background behind me and stuff. But he said, oh shit, I don't know, it was a serious channel. I'm very sorry. What's running around the playground with 4 legs and 1 arm? That's crazy. But yeah, Trey Reed is a black man that was found hanging from a tree, man, on Delta State University campus. Black man, 21 years old, hanging from a tree. The coroner determined a few things that people were lying about. People were lying, saying that he was found with broken limbs and broken bones. That was determined to be a lie. That can be determined immediately. And there are people spreading misinformation on the internet about all of that. Well, black people do commit suicide, so how do you determine that this wasn't a suicide? Because the experts in this, people that are not online making comments like you, the actual people that did the autopsy determined that it was a suicide, and they can determine that. You can tell the way that the person died. They can tell whether they were beaten to death or strangled by asphyxiation. There's no evidence of foul play. Suicide is very common. There are about 46,000 suicides in the United States every year. 45 to 50,000 suicides. I mean, last year, or 2023 or 2024 was the last time I think I looked at the stats. I saw 46,000. 46,000 people commit suicide every year. The vast majority of them are white people, just so you know. Like 79%. It's crazy. So that means that, like, what, out of 46,000, I think like 30,000 of them are white people. But there are still a good amount, 15,000 deaths, suicides, and hanging themselves. I don't know how many of those happen every year, but people are going to assume the opposite and say, well, prove that it wasn't, prove that it was a lynching. How can you prove that it was a lynching? Oh, it's in Mississippi and he's black. Okay. A black man in Mississippi can't hang himself and commit suicide that way. I mean, this is called a logical fallacy. And then when you start believing in conspiracy theories with no evidence, it's because you have a bias. There's something going on within your brain that you need to come to these conclusions for whatever reason. But then how do you pretty much, what do you say about Corey Zutakis, who was a white guy that was hung or that was found hanging? I don't know if the autopsy on that came back, but he was found hanging also in Mississippi. There was a homeless man found dead by hanging, and in I believe in Utah also, or Colorado. So this stuff happens. People commit suicide. Like I said, 46,000 suicide happened last year. It's pretty common. There's a lot of mental health issues. In young people right now. I think social media is the cause of a lot of mental health issues. I think people were not ready for the internet. I don't think humanity was ready for the amount of technology that was dumped on them, almost all in the same decades, pretty much in the same decade. It was just a whole heap of technology, and you get computers and you got laptops, the internet came out, AOL online, and you got the instant messengers, you got email, now you got smartphones, now you got AI, you got all types of technology. It's just, and then people are just recording their whole lives every day, and watching other people's lives every day and doing what's called comparative thinking and comparing their lives to other people's lives on social media. And remember, on social media, people that post their life, they're going to post the best moments of their life, usually on social media. So you might get a false impression of how great somebody's life is, then you want to compare it to your life and think that your life is horrible, and people get depressed. That's called comparative thinking. That's one of the main reasons why people get depressed. They compare their life to other people's lives. So what we have to do is focus on the suicide and stop trying to push a narrative that cannot be proven, because there's a history in Mississippi of lynching. Yeah, there's a history of lynching white people too in the United States. Go look up the numbers of how many people were lynched. It was about 3,000 black people that were known. I'm sure there's more, but the known numbers of black people that were lynched was 3,000 in the United States. And white people were like 1,500. So half of the people or not half of the people that were lynched, but half of the black people that were lynched were, that number is actually the number that white people were lynched, 1,500. You never hear about the white people that were lynched. You'll always only hear about the black people that were lynched. But it was actually a form of punishment. It was a form of corporal punishment. So they used to lynch everybody. They lynched Asians. They lynched Hispanics, Mexicans, Indians, Native Americans. They lynched black people was the most obvious one. They lynched over 3,000 black people that I'm talking about, that's known, that we know about. So that number is a little higher. But yeah, nobody here did this to anybody, right? I love that. We can live in the past all we want, but what we're talking about right now is Trey Reed. of Delta State University. This is a 21-year-old young black man from Mississippi that was found hanging from a tree. Patrick, we all human. I love that. Thank you. Fister, I reject your deposit, but I love you too. Hello to everyone. We are all brothers here, no matter what race, what color. But some of us are assholes, but that's okay. You know, you got to be long suffering sometimes. I'm gonna take Charlie Kirk's advice. You know, I'm gonna try to be like Charlie Kirk and be a great human being. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I know a lot of people that's gonna piss off a lot of y'all. A whole lot of y'all's. But it must be said, his name must live on. You know, we got a lot of misinformation going around about Charlie Kirk, but that's a whole nother story. There's also a lot of misinformation going around about Trey Reed. They were saying that his limbs were broken. They love to lie out here like they want to push a race war, man. They want to make it seem as if the police are hiding something. And yeah, Charlie Kirk said that there's no such thing as race, that race is a social construct. Go look it up and find out that you've been lied to about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk said that race is a social construct. We're all humans, no matter what, black, white, all of that. He was against the DEI practices. He didn't believe that people should be getting special treatment because of their race, no matter what race they are, you know. But it's true, race is a social construct. It really doesn't determine a lot. It doesn't determine your intelligence. It doesn't determine too much, you know, but it does determine some things. But either way, we're all humans and we all share common ancestry, no matter what you think. So I want to spread that message before anything, because I know the hate is going to come hard. But you got to sometimes, you know, respond to hate with just a little bit of love and just a little bit of razzle dazzle, whatever that is. Jerry Matthew, do you agree with Charlie that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? I think that the Civil Rights Act was a little beneficial. I don't think that it was. I think what we know about affirmative action is that, which came after the civil rights and came with it, is that it benefited more white women than anything. So if you want to try to take that statement to try to apply it toward black people, you need to consider the fact that white women are the main beneficiaries of affirmative action, because affirmative action is not just a black thing, and the civil rights wasn't either. But there was a time when it was necessary, and I don't agree on everything that Charlie Kirk said. I don't agree on his position with reparations. I believe that some reparations is due to somebody. I mean, you're going to tell me nobody needs reparations for what was never paid? You know, so I can't agree with Charlie Kirk on everything, but that doesn't mean he's a horrible person. You know, he's never said anything hateful. I've never seen anything hateful that he said, and I've looked into almost everything that he said, especially what people are saying that's controversial. And if you go to my videos, the ones that I did before today, last week, and I did a bunch on Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, his assassin, and you'll see that, you know, I'm correcting people's, you know, misunderstanding of certain quotes. So yeah, I mean, people are scrutinizing Charlie Kirk more than they're scrutinizing George Floyd, which is, I think, is crazy, and it shows a bias in some people, certain people, some of y'all. I think there's a lot of tribal ass people out there that want to protect their own, but when they see a white man, they want to scrutinize him as if you hold white people to a higher level than you hold your own people. I don't remember black people as, you know, generally, of course there's some. I don't remember them scrutinizing George Floyd's past the way they're doing Charlie Kirk. It's amazing. It's almost like you have a low expectation for your own people and you want to hold black people to a low standard. And that's why I think you know, that George Floyd is being honored as some type of hero, where they had named the whole plaza and built statues. And it's like, come on now. he didn't deserve to die, but are you telling me this man was an honorable man that deserves to be like he was a hero? Like, the part of the reason why he died was all of the drugs that he was using for so many years and all the damage that he did to his aorta artery, to his heart, to all of that, you know. But you know, Tyler Reed is a story right now. The family of Tyler Reed is suspicious of you know, the details surrounding the death, and they started spreading some of the lies that social media was spreading, that, you know, he had broken limbs. None of that shit was true. So you know, we're gonna expose that shit. You know, hey MC, please name one hateful statement that Charlie Kirk said. I want to hear this hateful statement, just one, because I know you said he probably he said a lot of hateful things. I'm sure you could give me a whole list, but I just want one. Just give me one. I'm still waiting. Yeah, Floyd. I mean, for the people that want to, you know, make fun of Charlie Kirk, you know, you're equivalent to the same people that were making fun of George Floyd. And I know that was pissing some of y'all off when that was happening. So why would you stoop to that same level? See, we have to hold ourselves to higher standards. And we have to hold everybody to high standards. We, you know, I mean, people that have the ability, you know, if you have the brain power. But you know, so yeah, I just gave y'all a clue right there. I know somebody's gonna bring up a certain statement. We can't stop talking about Charlie Kirk. I don't know. Even when we're here to talk about Trey Reed. Let me reiterate what we're here talking about. Trey Reed. Have you heard about this black man found hanging on school campus, Delta State University in Mississippi? He was found hanging from a tree in Mississippi. Now, think about it. Mississippi, hanging from a tree. What comes to mind? A lynching, or racism, a white man is the devil, and all that shit, right? Well, guess what? It was determined that it was a suicide. You know? So, what's going on? In all fairness, say, MC's mother died. Would we really care? There was a white guy found hanging. Yeah, there was. Penners, pancakes. That's what I'm saying. His name was Corey Zatukis. I think he was Greek. That definitely sounds like a Greek name. Corey Zatukis. Malaka. Aeroplano. Rest in peace to that guy. Yeah, so how do we explain that now? See, I love that story. I mean, it's on the thumbnail of this video. I love that story kind of like turns the story of Trey Reed completely on his head, because, okay, well, what are you going to say? Oh, well, Corey, you see, he was probably one of them white guys that hung out with black people, so they hung him too because he wanted to be down with black people. That's what they're going to say. But there's no evidence of none of that. It's just people assuming shit. That's what I saw in the comment section. I'm literally going to these Facebook chats, these Facebook posts. Even the NAACP, the NAACP wants to start a race war. I mean, the NAACP benefits off of racism. You know that? If racism was to die, what the hell do you need the NAACP for? You know, so they have to keep racism alive. So they posted on Facebook that Trey Reed was lynched. Like, this was 2 days ago, before the autopsy details even came out. The autopsy report came out. It's deemed a suicide, my people. I mean, nothing to celebrate. But for y'all that you know, if I mean, the people that were saying that he was lynched, they're gonna hear that if the autopsy determined suicide, and they still are gonna say what they want to say, because that's what they want to believe. They already came to that conclusion prematurely, so that's what they're gonna believe. But yeah, Joe, James, Eddie, please stop copying and pasting. I'm gonna have to kick you off. Why you want to dominate the damn comment section? This is crazy. I'm gonna have to kick you out. I'm gonna put you in timeout for 1 day, all right? 24 hours. You can come back tomorrow. But yeah, I don't like when people spam the comment section like that. Like, chill, yo. Just come on. That's so weird. What are you trying to do? Why are you coming on my live? Like, who's watching that? To like, All right, whatever. Anyways, MC says he has said that there is a demographic threat white Americans. Charlie Kirk was a racist 100%. Okay, what did he say that was racist? What did he say that was hateful? And what did he say that was racist? I don't. Did you comment? I didn't see it. If you said it, I didn't see it. George Floyd is dead because somebody said he passed a fake $20 bill. Yeah, I mean, he did pass a fake $20 bill. And then George Floyd, if you watch the full body cam video, MC, George Floyd refused to get in the car as the cop was trying to put him in the car in handcuffs. And he said he's claustrophobic. He's claustrophobic. He's like, I'm not that type of guy. I'm not that type of guy, officer. He's like, I'm claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic. He probably swallowed all that meth or all that fentanyl that he had. He probably had it stashed, and then when the cops came, he probably was like, let me swallow this shit. I mean, I don't even think it was going to be that serious, a $20 bill. But the fact that he didn't want to get in the car and he told the officers to put him on the ground. George Floyd also did a lot of damage to his heart. So that the coroner in George Floyd's case determined that Derek Chauvin murdered him, but that also he died easily because his heart was so damaged and his arteries and his aorta was damaged. Like, go look it up. This shit is not a lie, and I'm not trying to downplay his death, but I will admit that George Floyd was kind of a dirtbag. Kind of a dirtbag. Yeah, MC, if you think that George Floyd and Charlie Kirk were similar, you're insane, dude. Like, George Floyd is a person that was a fentanyl addict that did home invasions. He's been caught with cocaine so many times. He did drugs until the day that he died, and unfortunately, that was what helped his demise. But to compare somebody like that who was an amateur porn star, you could actually find George Floyd in porn, which you can't find Charlie Kirk in any porn. But these are your heroes, right? These are your fucking heroes. You guys are sick, man. For those that are comparing, something's wrong with this world. And it's perfectly exemplifies how you have low expectations for black people. And you guys are the real racists because you think that George Floyd, who did home invasions where he was armed and they robbed a black pregnant woman, reports came out that he pointed the gun to the black woman's belly while she was pregnant. That was never determined to be true, but he did do a home invasion, and he was arrested for that in Houston. And anybody that does a home invasion, I don't care what you say, is a piece of shit. So unless you can find evidence that George Floyd didn't do a home invasion, then you prove me wrong. Go ahead and prove me wrong. But what were we gonna say? Rest in peace to Charlie. He was an American treasure, and his name will live on. And you're gonna keep hearing about Charlie Kirk until you bust an artery. Every year on his death anniversary of September 10th, you're gonna hear his wife continue to push his movement. You're gonna hear people like Candace Owens continue to talk about him. You're gonna hear all types of conversations, whether negative or positive. I do believe the positive is outweighing the negative because it has been debunked. There was somebody that came on my live not too long ago and said that, Charlie Kirk said that the gun deaths are worth, having Second Amendment rights. They were trying to use that comment to vilify him as if what he said was so evil. And I don't think people understand the reasoning behind that comment. And it makes perfect sense if you want to talk about that. But does anybody care about Trey Reed or not? Are we going to talk about the suicide that was determined and how people were lying and saying that he was lynched, and now it's coming out that he wasn't lynched? That shit's crazy. Come on. Yeah, so let's stop the spam. Oh, stop the spam. Whoever's spamming. But yeah. Bro, do you believe Christ? I'm not a Christian. No, I don't believe in Jesus Christ. MC, there's a lot of comments. I'm sorry. I don't know. What do you want? MC is tight. Jesus Christ, take it easy, bro. Take a chill pill like they used to say back in the day. Cógelo con teque. But yeah, talk to me. What's going on? Everything you posted was bullshit. Oh wait, no, that's the MC. Yeah, MC is talking shit. We're talking about how you refuse to disavow any pedophiles. Oh yeah. MC, do you believe in the Bible? How Trump never said the Epstein files were a hoax, because the Epstein files are being declassified right now as we speak. And they began to declassify them since February 27th of 2025. So it's being declassified, and they have to protect the children's and the minors' names and the victims' names that are in there. So that's what you're going to be seeing. It's going to keep being declassified and more and more and more. So that's a good thing. That's why the Republican Party is doing that, where the Democratic Party, they didn't even try to declassify the Epstein files. The Epstein files, if you go look it up right now, it's been declassified. It's being declassified. There's a lot. So whatever this guy MC's saying, it's not in tune with reality. You got to go, go fact me, and go fact check him too. Don't take what I'm saying at, face value. It's already being declassified, and the party of the Democrats is the party of the damn trans and the changing of the sex of little kids, and they want to push hormones to little children. They want to allow 12-year-olds and children to castrate themselves, cut off their damn dicks, and become girls. And that's the Democratic Party. So if that's what you agree with, MC, dude, you got something seriously wrong with you if you think it's okay for children to take hormone blockers at age 12 and 13, because that's what the Democrats are doing. I don't recall the Democratic Party releasing the Epstein files, bro. Like, come on, man. So it's being declassified. All you gotta do is look it up. It's if you Google, are the Epstein files being declassified? It's gonna tell you yes. You could do that right now. I'll give you a minute to Google, are the Epstein files being declassified? And go click on the justice.gov website that tells you, starting February 27th, 2025, they started declassifying the Epstein files, and they started making sure that the names of the victims were not classified. So I don't know what do you want? Why do you want to know the names of the victims and the minors? Why would you want to know the names of the minors that are victims? That's kind of sick. The rest of the information is being declassified, except their names. I've already been over this conversation yesterday with somebody, and I made him look stupid because he was trying to say that, oh, why you release it? It's being released. Calm down. It's okay. So we're going back to the topic at hand, which is Trey Reed and the suicide is what I want to talk about. I mean, we could talk about little side topics, but there's so many comments going on. I'm not going to address everything that everybody's saying. It's impossible, especially when you got comments coming left to right now. But yeah, keep liking this video. Subscribe if you haven't been to this channel before. We heard of 2 hangings in Mississippi this last week. Trey Reed of Delta State University, black man, 21 years old, was found hanging from a tree, the pickle ball courts on campus. And they just determined today that his death was actually a suicide. That's what the autopsy shows. But you have people like the NAACP trying to say that it was, a lynching, and that's not accurate at all. But yeah, the left-wing people are the ones that say that poverty causes crime, and that's been debunked by the Gini coefficient back in 1930s, yo. But that's the left-wing. People on the left can't even define what a woman is. You had the Supreme Court Justice, I forgot her name, Cassie Jackson or something. They asked her under oath, define a woman. The Democratic Party doesn't want to offend trans people, so they don't want to tell you what a woman or a man is. That's what we talking about right now. That's the people y'all support, man. You're with the party that and listen, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I have conservative and liberal values. But if you want to be on the left, the party that is for drag queen book readings at libraries, that's what you want for your children, then there's something seriously wrong with you. And go Google right now all the lies that you're saying. You're gonna debunk yourself, man. Like, come on. But ate all this extra spicy shit that they can't ever prove, and it's it is what it is. What's the elephant in the room? What are you talking? The elephant in the room. What the fuck is this guy talking about? The elephant in the room. The title of this video is Trey Reed is deemed a suicide. We talk about Trey Reed, the death of Trey Reed. What the fuck you talking? The elephant in the room. What does that mean, bro? The elephant in the room. Dude, you're obsessed is what it is. There's people in here are fucking obsessed, man. This shit is crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'll admit when somebody commits evil, I mean, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, to tell you the truth. I never met you a day in my life, so I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah. Do you have any evidence that Trump is a pedo? I don't understand that. What's the evidence that Trump is a pedophile? That shit's crazy that you're just throwing that out there. Just right. So Trump partied in the public eye with Epstein. What evidence do you have that he's a pedophile? Trump cut ties with Epstein in 2009, and that was before 2012 when it came out that he had his little pedophile ring. And if you look at what the DAs have been saying and the investigators have been saying, all of them been saying that Trump has been cooperating with them on everything. So the people that are spreading lies, like, why don't you go you get off TikTok? Stop getting your news from TikTok, bro. Like, yo, MC is obsessed with the comments, bro. You want me to address every little comment you say? Why don't you start your own video and go and address the elephant in the room? Prove what the hell you saying, bro. This shit's crazy. Who the hell are you right now that you think I need to address everything you gotta say? I'm gonna keep ignoring your comments that you're fucking posting 100 miles an hour. And Black Lives Matter does not matter to BLM when you're killing each other. I mean, they love to focus on the issues of the policing, the police versus the police in the hood. They want to amp that beef up and put people up against each other. They want to abolish the police, which is crazy. They want to have social workers. These are Democrats. They want to send unarmed social workers to deal with some of these maniacs out here in the streets that will stab you to death, man. Like, come on. We have Trump writing birthday cards to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein and Trump were friends. There's photos of them. That's true. But I love how people, um, every day they wake up and, I think somebody gives them a cookie every time they say something against Trump. They have Trump derangement syndrome. You're going to be all right, you know. The Epstein files are being declassified. I don't think you're hearing me right. What do you mean classified? I told you, if you Google, are the Epstein files being declassified? Can you get off my live for 1 second and Google, are the Epstein files being declassified, and tell me what you get? Stop being a liar. Tell me what the results say when you Google, are the Epstein files being declassified? Tell me what you get. Stop making up shit that you heard on TikTok, and go to the links that it gives you. You're going to see justice.gov is going to tell you that it's being declassified. Like, what are you talking about? Why do you persist on lying is what I want to know. Toy panda. Jesus Christ. Are you a furry? Do you like to wear panda ears while your boyfriend pegs you? Are you cool with Gorilla Hebrew? If you know who that is. I spent more than 24 years in the military and can guarantee you, what? What does you spending time in the military have to do with the Epstein files being declassified? You idiot, man. Oh my God. All right, MC, you're gonna be ignored from now on because you're insane, bro. You have PTSD from the military and you're probably on all types of medication, bro. I'm sorry that you would be fucking traumatized by the military and now you're like a fucking internet weirdo. The elephant in the room. Roscoe's Chicken. What's good? If you're what represents current military, I am. Most of my family are offended. That's crazy. MC was never in the military. All right, M1. We got M1 and MC. Toast to Town is in the house. He's on a loser's live stream. Wishing I could address him a little bit more, but the AI neutral net is developing exponentially. The director of the FBI, Cash, just said today in a live hearing that they're all being just declassified, what they were allowed to anyways. Oh, you can already tell this guy was never in the military. Holy shit. Here we go. The first thing Trump tards is attack the veterans. Yo, don't nobody respect veterans more than conservatives from what I've seen. Don't, like, the Democrats hate America, man. I've never seen so many, so much hatred for this country like I see on the left. I grew up Democrat. My family's all Democrat. I grew up, I think the first time I voted to it, because he was actually campaigning for, what's his name? I forget the dude's name. The the Democrat that went against Bush in 2004. And he lost to Bush. But not McCain. Not McCain. I think MC might actually be Rosie O'Donnell. Good one. Tony. Carrie. What up, Delta B? Only one. I spent quite a few years in the 1st Infantry Division in the Army, and I'm very much pro-Trump. I was not fought under Biden. Al Gore. Nah, it wasn't Al Gore. It was that weird, tall, skinny Democrat dude, John Kerry. Yeah, you said it, Delta B. I'm sorry, Kerry. I saw Kerry and I was like, oh, John Kerry. There you go. Yo, my uncle made me vote for goddamn John Kerry, bro. I didn't know what I was doing. He just told me to vote Democrat. So I was like, okay, I voted for everybody that was Democrat. I didn't know what I was doing. I was 18 years old. It was the first time I voted. I was like 18, 19. No. I was 20. I was 19 or 20. That's what it was. So now I'm giving my age away. But listen, man, there ain't nobody perfect. The left and the right both have all types of issues. People can be very biased. I'm not a Christian, so I don't agree with the right on some of their pro-Christian, ultra-conservative things, because that's there on the right. Then you got the super far-right Christians, conservatives like Nick Fuentes, he's a complete baboon. He's a fool, and that you got that element, but then you got the crazy lefties, the Antifas, and you got the normal. I mean, the normal lefties are crazy, like AOC and Ilhan Omar. That's like the normal ones. The left, I think, is more deranged than the right. I don't know. I might be wrong, and I don't know how to even measure those things, but I just go by what I be seeing and the things that they say, and especially this whole biological, gender and sex talk. It's crazy as hell how they try to trick you to think that a man can give birth. Like that's a common thing when you talk to people like in Seattle and Portland. These people are completely gone. They want to abolish the police. They don't want police to have any weapons when they come into the hood because too many black people are dying in their eyes, even though more white people die every year from police than black people. And I know there are more white people in this country, but still, the fact remains that more white people die every year at the hands of police, but you mostly hear about the black ones. That's kind of crazy, ain't it? Now, is that not people trying to drive a narrative, especially because the mass media is usually ran by the people on the left? We're talking about ABC, NBC, MSNBC, CNN. You got New York Times, LA Times, Washington Post. You got so much media, so much information and narratives being spun in one direction, and you got to see the forest for the trees, man. You got the Don Lemons of the world out here being humiliated, who was already fired from CNN, being humiliated in the streets, trying to talk to people about what they feel. And then he asks people in DC, what do you think about what Trump is doing? And they make him look stupid because he doesn't understand. People on the left are so disconnected from reality that they think all black people think like them. And black people are very conservative. It's just that the majority of black people tend to vote Democratic. But if you really sit down and talk to them, they're for Second Amendment rights. There's a lot of anti-abortion. A lot of black people be religious and they be anti-abortion. And I mean, it's not because of your race or nothing, but I know that the Democratic Party, they like to play identity politics. So they're constant. That's why they made a big deal of George Floyd the way that they did by they had all this. They knelt down. They kneeled down and gave a moment of silence at the federal building in the actual state capital, Washington, wearing African garbs, African print, and they do that to play identity politics, even though that's not when we talk about the deaths that are going on among in the black community. It's very uncommon that a police officer is going to kill a black person when you compare it to the shootings that are going on. And we know that most murders are intraracial, which means black people kill black people, white people kill white people. That's the majority of what happens. But the rate that is happening in the black community, it's something that needs to be addressed. And Democrats like to downplay it, like as if nothing is happening. It's all good. And I find that very troubling that you can do the statistics. NBC will admit that black kids are dying at 11.1 times the rate, and white people are dying 2.2 times the rate. Hispanics 2.3. Asians like 0.9. Asians don't be murdering like that. All they want to do is play video games and code. But you got a degeneracy that's been pushed in the black community as if it's cool. I saw it growing up. I saw it right in Harlem, in Queens, in Brooklyn, and I see it right now today. This is what they did with George Floyd. They bypass everything that George Floyd did. They downplay the fact that he did home invasions, that he was constantly being arrested for drugs, and all of that stuff, man. But Charlie Kirk. Oh, Charlie Kirk said some things, and I still got the comment about the hateful thing that Charlie Kirk said. The dude that said that, what happened, bro? You started talking about some other shit. Go Google, are the Epstein files being declassified? And you're going to find out that it is being declassified, bro. Why are you lying and saying that it's not? Like, it's being declassified. Okay? It's a lot. And they have to make sure that they protect the names. All right, we're back. That's crazy how you got people that calling Trump a fascist, and they can't even define what fascism is. They think that because he's making executive orders, that's fascism. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta get on the Wi-Fi. All right. It should be connected to the Wi-Fi now. Thank you, J Monk. But let's have honest conversations, man. There are Republicans, just like there are Democrats, that don't want the Epstein files to be released. If they're being declassified right now under the Trump administration, then I have like that's a good thing. I didn't hear the Democrats trying to push that. Like, why was nobody saying anything about it when Biden was in office? I don't remember them saying anything about that. People are obsessed with the Epstein files, man. It's like the dude is dead. It's just like, this is like, it's just something for people to be enticed by. Ghislaine Maxwell, I know that she's the only one that right now can expose shit. And she is awaiting trial, last I heard. So anyways, how about that Trey Reed, yo? Trump is the Epstein files. Okay. There's no mystery regarding them, bro. We all know what they contain and what these elites were up to. Oh yeah, that's for sure. And if it comes out that Trump did something disgusting and abhorrent, I'm gonna call it out. Why would I try to deny it? But Stephen Colbert has been canceled also. Jimmy Kimmel has been suspended. Stephen Colbert's last season is this season. This is his last run, and Jimmy Fallon is the next one to go probably. But yeah, you are beating a dead horse or a liberal with no brains. Trump didn't do anything though. I believe that Trump, and the evidence shows that Epstein and Trump haven't had any contact since 2009. Oh, there was a birthday card. Yeah, that was before Epstein was convicted in 2012. So it was a secret. It was definitely a dark secret. We don't know if Trump knew. If Trump knew, what's the evidence that he knew what Epstein was doing? These are people that have money that Epstein was probably trying to get close to Trump, because one thing Epstein was doing is getting information that you can use against them. So he'll try to get information on powerful people to blackmail them, and that's how he became as powerful as he became. He recorded everything he did. He had cameras in every little section of his house in West Palm Beach and Palm Beach County, and he even had the chief of police on video. And that was the reason why Epstein got a slap on the wrist in West Palm Beach when they determined that what he was doing, what he was doing since back then. The chief of police was in on the whole thing. He had him on video, and he was blackmailing him, and that's how he was able to get such a sweet deal. Plus, he has money. Epstein also had the power of attorney for what's his name, Rex. I forget his name, Rex something. The CEO of Victoria's Secret. Epstein had the power of attorney for the CEO of Victoria's Secret, man. How the hell does Epstein get power of attorney for that guy? He probably had mad dirt on him, and he blackmailed him into giving him power of attorney. So now he can make decisions on his behalf, as if he's old and senile. That's what usually happens when people get old. And you go to your doctor's office and you sign what's called a direct what do they call? A direct advance incentive, direct incentive, or direct advances. What's it called? Damn, I forget what it's called. Direct incentives, I think, is what it's called. And you pretty much fill out, you can fill out a living will. You have to go through your doctor to fill out a living will and power of attorney and all of that. And if your doctor says that you're not capable of making decisions on your own, so you're going to give the power of attorney to blah, 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 you can do that. I don't know what was the reason for this Rex guy that's the head of the Victoria's Secret to give Epstein. That means that Epstein had a lot of control. He had he was holding something against him. They say that Epstein was working with the IDF, with Israel, with Mossad, and that he was a secret agent getting information to blackmail powerful people like Prince, who's the prince? Prince Andrew. That's a powerful dude. What if Epstein had dirt on him? I'm sure he did, and used it to say, okay, well, if you don't do this, if you don't agree to whatever, I'm going to release the evidence that you've been with underage girls, and I'm going to destroy you. And, that guy was powerful. How the hell did Epstein get so powerful? It's a great topic. Man. We went from Trey Reed to Epstein, man. I mean, we can talk about all that stuff, but I don't know. I guess that's the topic right now. Where is democracy in any of the papers? Epstein ran a honeypot operation. Oh, yeah. It blows my mind that people don't understand that we are a republic and not a democracy. You're damn right we're a republic. Democracy is mob rule. Pretty much. But, Spartacus says, Trump has been with underage girls. He raped a 14-year-old with Epstein. Look it up. Oh, yeah? How come they haven't convicted him of anything or charged him? You don't think the Democrats want to take Trump down? Come on, man. Stop. I'll be right back. I'm here for my community.
Okay, so you make a sign about people being criminals, but you don't know what you made it for?
All right, so I make a sign supporting my community and the people in it. Yeah. And I'm not ashamed.
I think you should be ashamed of it. Most of all protesters who have absolutely no idea what they're protesting, who they're protesting, or why, but they're there holding signs.
Do you think Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist? Wherever that is. He's here protesting. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. He's the CEO of Turning Point USA. It's the whole reason for the protest.
Now, I've been accused of stereotyping folks with septum rings as lefties. Well, here's a septum-wearing lefty confirming that it's not a stereotype, it's just facts.
All leftists look the same. Yeah, but it doesn't want you to know, okay? I put the septum ring on and I said, everybody is going to be able to identify me as a leftist. Yeah.
And here is another sad girl with a septum ring living up to the stereotype beautifully.
I'm definitely not proud to live in this country. Trump is a piece of... The Republican Party is a piece of... You know why Kamala gave me hope? It wasn't her, it was Tim Walz. I'm a Minnesotan. I know what he stands for.
Now, this next clip is rather adorable. Here you have a lefty mum, a Democrat, being trolled by her own son. This is love.
So I'm staying the night with my son, and he has a very sick sense of humor. He made a Trump bedroom for me. Notice Trump toilet paper, Trump mug shots, and he said, open the closet, open the closet. A life-size freaking... I don't believe it.
Superb. She may be lefty, but obviously she's
Yeah, Republic is not a
raised
democracy,
sensible
man.
son, and I think you should do
Whoever
that
said that,
with the family
Yargan,
members you have.
you're
You
crazy.
love them over
Kirk said black pilots can't be trusted.
accordingly.
That's not true. Actually, Patrice O'Neal, the comedian, said that. Patrice O'Neal, the comedian, said, when I see a black pilot, he's black. He said, when I see a black pilot, he's like, I hope this motherfucker is going to drive the plane to the person that's flying it. That's what Patrice O'Neal said. You might be confusing Patrice O'Neal's comments with Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk was talking about DEI because he doesn't agree with DEI. You know, you're going to have to question, well, is this person here because of DEI? Or did he really earn it? Because DEI is not earned. We're talking about equal opportunity. You're talking about equal outcome. Those are two different things. A lot of talks about Republican and democracy. I'm going to let y'all take that because, you know, y'all probably know more than me on that. And I'll be looking at what's going on in the UK too. It's really interesting. It's 9:53. I don't know how long I'm gonna stay on, but Patriots, America needs your help in 2028. Make the right choice and vote Hunter Biden and hog 2028. Make America hard again. Crafty Karen says, yeah, that's what I mean. I know, but the media propagandizes all the time about democracy and never been. I wonder what Jesse Ventura has to say about all this. No getting rid of electoral college would result in tyranny. Getting rid of the electoral college will result in tyranny. If we get rid of the electoral college, California and New York would decide all the elections. Thank you. Thank you. There is a difference between a representative democracy, which can be considered a republic, and a direct democracy. That's what's being said. There are not synonyms, so yes, we're a republic and not a democracy. You know, I haven't had this conversation in a long time, so I'm glad you guys are bringing this up between a democracy and a republic. Anyways, all I said is you can just take a F corporation and run it democratically, like a coup. M1, just like they said, the parties flip. They are the original slave owners. They are the original KKK. That's the Democrats. The Republicans were the ones that in Milwaukee, and I believe in Fond du Lac, Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. I'm sorry, not Milwaukee. The Republican Party, they say it was started in a what do they call it? The White Church or something. It was like a white building where they were pretty much this was like to ensure that the Democrats don't continue slavery, because that's what the Democrats wanted. Everybody knows that Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. Booker T. Washington, one of my favorite Republicans is Booker T. Washington. You read about his life; it's an amazing life. Booker T. Washington was born during slavery. The one of the main, he should have got reparations. That, you know, like when we talk about reparations, like I want to have another conversation with a brother of mine, Aaron. I'll probably have him on tomorrow. I don't even know if I'm gonna be on. I'll probably come live tomorrow, and we'll handle that. But going further west, yeah, I can't switch on the show for being a radical leftist. I mean, ABC doesn't want to get. ABC is being sued by Charlie Kirk's wife. What's her name? Erica Kirk? Forget her name, but she's suing ABC because of Jimmy Kimmel. The View, hopefully The View gets canceled next. I heard Charlie state that the Constitution wasn't based on democracy. Democracy doesn't mean power to the people. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know that. I can't speak on that. I don't know if anybody else wants to say something. Democrats need to pay all reparations. Yeah, I mean, that conversation, like, I'm not against it. I'm not like trying to make any big push for it, but I definitely have friends that I've been speaking to recently that they've been making some good cases for it, and I'm like, I get it, man. I get it. They should have paid it, and now you got people that want their money, you know. And it's like, but how do we determine? It might be complex. It's not gonna be too complex for everybody, because there's some people that are sharecroppers there that they know, they go back to Virginia. They got grandparents that you know, that they remember from, that were born in like the 1920s and you know, in that time. So, you know, like some of these people, you can find some of these people. It's crazy, man. It's just, you know, it's I don't think it's as complex as people want to make it seem, but it is a little bit. It's kind of, because what do you do with half black, half white people? You're gonna, you know, from what I hear is that you got to give them reparations anyway. You give them half the reparations. I don't know, man. You know, this shit's complex. They should have paid it back then, you know, and it sucks that it just keeps on going further and further without anything. California tried to pass like $330,000 for every black resident that's lived in California for like at least a year. You have to be in California for at least a year. You know, Gavin Newsom is going to pass reparations without even whatever. So they were trying to give him $337,000 per every black resident, and then the people that were, I guess, in the committee for reparations, they didn't settle. They wanted more, so they went back to the drawing table. So I don't know what's going to come out of it. We'll see what happens. But, you know, get to California right now. If you're black and you want your reparations, go now, because you're going to have to be a resident for a certain amount of time. You can't just get reparations like that just because you live in California. You just decide to move there. It's just like if you're trying to get financial aid for, like, let's say in New York City, for the City Universities of New York, which is CUNY, City University of New York, you can get financial aid if you're a resident of New York, but you have to be a resident of New York for at least 1 year. If you just moved to New York and think you're going to go to school and study, you're not going to qualify for financial aid in New York. You have to be there for at least a year. That's how it works. That's the same rules with reparations. That's what they paid, some type of reparations in South Carolina. They did it through like some type of school loans and stuff, or school grants, not loans. So South Carolina did some type, if you want to call it reparations, whatever. That's another conversation. I don't know if y'all want to keep talking about that, but you know how it goes, man. California is woke as hell. Oakland is one of the worst cities in this country, by the way, man. Oakland is horrible when it comes to homelessness. Skid Row, you already know Skid Row is like, that's number one. California is the worst state when it comes to homelessness. I believe New York City's number 2 and Florida's number 3. Right here in Florida, I did a video about homelessness out here. People out here love to live in the damn woods out here, man, and they want to live off the grid. And you know, they get a tent, and now they don't got to pay rent. They got a tent. School is so important, man. Kamala get reparations. We don't even know what nationality she is. Kamala is she's probably as black as I am, because she's also Indian. So some of that brownness comes from there. Judge Joe Brown knew her father, and she knew that her father was already mixed. So her father was already mixed. So whatever black that she has, let's say her father's 50% black, because I think that's what he was. That means Kamala's like 25% black. My DNA results came up, I was 21% African. You know, so I'm almost as black as Kamala, I think. So do I get reparations? I don't want it. You know, that's fine. Give it to somebody else. I'm like Coleman Hughes, man. If y'all want to watch a nice, centered, moderate person that's not far on the right, that's not far on the left, that's just right in the middle, listen to Coleman Hughes and listen to the reparations debate that he had with Tanachi B. Coates in like 2015, 2014, maybe. Maybe it was earlier. Maybe it was like 2016, 2017. I forget what year that was, but yeah. Yeah, at some point we're all related, man. Like, race is bullshit, bro. Like, I hate this identity politics that people want to constantly play, but you know, this is what the country that we live in, man. This country's got a crazy history, you know. But let's make it right, yo. Like, let's try to unify, man. It's like there's so much. We got these political wars. We're constantly beefing, these culture wars. You know, I'll get on Democrats all day long. I need to. I know I need to chill a little bit and be more long suffering. You know, people can change. There's a lot of people that they don't really understand what they even believe in. They follow the trends, they follow the peer pressure, they follow their friends, they follow their family, and or they just, you know, they watch a certain channel or some type of social media elite social media personality that gives them all their news. I remember when I started getting political, it was actually through watching the the Daily Show on Comedy Central with Jon Stewart. That's how I started learning anything about politics. Was actually watching satire. And then I got into, you know, the progressive left. I started listening to the David Pacmans, Bernie Sanders, Cornel West, AOC, Kyle Kalinske on YouTube. Oh my God, Kyle Kalinske is such a fraud, man. He posted a video saying that the shooter of Charlie Kirk was right wing, and he still has it up, man. Misinformation. The shooter of Charlie Kirk was actually a lefty that had a boyfriend, a trans boyfriend that was also in the culture of the furries, the furry culture, which is this anthropomorphic damn culture that you start to believe that you're an animal. You dress like a damn panda or a bear or a cat or a fox or some crazy shit with ears. And I don't know what kind of weird, wild stuff they do. Yoda the Jeezy was good. Furries should be illegal. Yeah, just some damn demonic shit, bro. Listen, and I'm pretty tolerant when it comes to some of this stuff where people do in their own bedroom. I'm like, I don't want to hear about it, but okay, you good. Just don't tech. I don't want to hear about it. But yeah, Kenneth Lancaster. Obama is a filthy socialist pig, says Wolverine Castro. What a name. I like that. Wolverine Castro. Crafty Karen says, no, wait. What's an NPC, Mayan Stevenson? A lot of people are NPCs. NPCs. I don't know. In between Rodney King riots and Obama was a nice time of low racism. Right. After the Rodney King riots and before Obama. Wow, that's a great point. I never thought about that. Because I grew up in that time. That's like my upbringing, man. Like that's my teens. That's my 20s. That's my young adulthood. And my wife is Haitian. She if you ask my wife what's the most racist thing you've ever experienced, it was a guy at a red light one time that called her the N-word because she was playing Beyonce or something like that. She was playing like Destiny's Child. And at a red light, some white guy in a pickup truck said something about, you N-words play your music loud all the time or something like that. And then they went about their way and she forgot about it. I had to remind her because she told me that years ago. So I told her, I was like, you remember? Because we live in Florida. You're going to find the outskirts. There's going to be some crazy ass MFers out here. That's the most racist experience she's ever had. Somebody at a light for 2 seconds yelled something at her and then they went about their day, Straight Jacket 5150 says the Jews killed Charlie. People are saying that the transcript between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs, the assassin and his boyfriend, where he's admitting to everything, is very questionable. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, it's a little funny here. This is funny how they conveniently admit things and tell them where the gun is. Everything was right there in the transcript. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but what the evidence shows is that this lefty lunatic was the one responsible. I don't have any evidence that Israel or Mossad was involved. How am I supposed to know that? How are we supposed to get that information? I love to entertain conspiracy theories. I love to entertain that because your brain can go places. And I like to see where my mind can wander and where it's going to end up at. And if I can come to an actual reasonable conclusion. And I don't know, man. I don't see it. I think Candace Owens is a little out there. I think Tucker Carlson's a little out there too. I fuck with them a little bit with certain things, but sometimes I can't go that far. Just my mind won't allow it. I used to think like that, and now I'm just like I don't know, but I don't understand why they would do that. You know what I mean? I've heard some of the stories. What they were trying to pay him. They were trying to pay Charlie Kirk to become more, to become some kind of voice or mouthpiece for the Christian in Israel and unite Jews and Christians, America and Israel. I mean, I don't know why. I don't get it. Maybe you got a point. I don't have that secret information. People love to think they have some secret information when they don't. Because I don't know, whatever, man. But see what happens. Yeah, if we don't know if the CIA, how are we gonna know that stuff? It's speculate. It's a lot of speculation here. I'm gonna go with what the evidence shows. That's all I have, man. I just gotta be honest with what I have. And we have the video of Tyler Robinson jumping off the roof. He hurt his leg. We see him limping back home. There's ring camera videos of neighbors and stuff, and you see him walking in the neighborhood. You see those videos. The text messages, I gotta admit, are a little funny, but it doesn't mean anything, you know? He wasn't a groyper, man. That's a lie. Whoever said he was a groyper, you watch too much of this lefty shit, this Kyle Kalinske crazy conspiracies. That's definitely a crazy conspiracy. That was the left trying to blame it on the right. He was a lefty, man. His family already came out and said he was pro-LGBTQ. He started going left. He started arguing with his family about Trump. He was embarrassed that his family was Trump supporters. He started going to university, and all of his friends and his lover were all on the left. And that's what he became. That Groyper shit is stupid, man. Why? Why? Because I know why. This is why, M1. Because on Halloween one time, he dressed up like the popular meme, Pepe the Frog, the sad frog with the hoodie and the Adidas tracksuit. He dressed up like that. That is used in all circles, man. Everybody knows Pepe the Frog. That's not a Groyper thing. It's not just a Groyper thing. You've been seduced and you've been lied to by people that want to blame it on the right so they don't take responsibility and look crazy because it's coming out that the dude was a lefty. That's what's coming out. It's not coming out that he was a Groyper. It's not coming out that he was an Israeli and, like that just had to do with Israel. None of that's coming out when we talk about the evidence. When we listen to the people that knew him, they're going to tell you his motive. I'm listening to the people that knew him. His mother said that he was going left. He joined the university. He got accepted to, I forget the name of the campus. I have a question, J Monk says. This has nothing to do with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, like, come on. This has nothing to do with Groypers and none of that. That shit's already been debunked. J Monk, I have a question. Do you think Tyler will receive a death penalty in Utah? Utah will serve life in prison. It's Utah. They're conservative as hell. I think that he will get the death penalty because they love Charlie Kirk in Utah, man. Why do you think he was there? And the Mormons, he said it. He was like, I love you Mormons. They ain't no gun violence in Utah, man. It's like so minimal. I think if you look up like the shootings or gun violence and murders, I mean either or. Let's go with shootings. I think you're gonna find more shootings in places like Oakland, and I'm talking about per capita. You're gonna find more shootings in places like Detroit, St. Louis, Memphis, Baton Rouge, Baltimore, Milwaukee. What's the one that's been coming up? There's one city that's on the come up. Memphis. Memphis is like becoming horrible. Memphis is a blue city in a red state, Tennessee. Tennessee's red. And because of Memphis, the numbers for the state, which is a red state, is going up, and it's making red states look bad, even though when you get down to the nitty-gritty, it's because of the blue states that's making the violence, especially gun violence. And it's crazy because conservatives be more pro-gun, but you see more gun violence in democratic cities, especially Philly. Philly's another one that's horrible. You have some people on the right that are pro-Trump that can be sometimes ignorant of things that Trump has said that you could actually use against Trump. I'm trying to think what the Haitian comment, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. That shit came to nothing, man. Like, come on. If it were Haitians taking animals, they were probably taking them to sacrifice or to do their there's a lot of voodoo practices still amongst Haitians, and they are coming to Ohio, and they have their own culture. Some people were saying, "Yo, it's a whole different culture in Haiti." but there wasn't a lot of evidence of that. You know, like you couldn't really find too much of that. It was kind of like a joke, and then it died out. You know, is he evil because he said that? He's, you know, I don't know where he heard that at, man. I don't know how that shit started. That shit was kind of stupid. But we moved on, and Trump was a better choice than Biden. Clearly, Trump was a better choice than Kamala. Clearly, we don't need any more of these Democrats right now, man. This is the last thing we need. This country has been going downhill for a long time. And I'm willing to take somebody like Trump, that's not the best speaker, that sometimes puts himself in a position where they're going to make fun of him. They're going to get him with his words. He's not as well spoken and clean as Obama was, because Obama is very deceptive with his tongue. Trump just talks, and he sometimes don't have a filter, and it comes out where I actually would rather have somebody like that than somebody that's going to be so, oh, I can't say this and I can't say, I'm going to make sure, you know, trying to be deceptive and lying. And that's what Obama did. Obama said one thing out of one side of his mouth and did another thing. Obama was killing a bunch of people with drones, and you would never think it. You never hear it. They never tell you that Obama actually set the record for drone killings before Trump came. And obviously it has to do with technology getting more and more accessible and more, you know, advanced. Obviously that plays a part in it too. So, you know, let's talk honestly. You know what I mean? I prefer no filter Trump. Exactly, J Monk. I'm from Queens too, just like Trump, man. I grew up always, you know, hearing about Trump in the news, and he would have all these fundraisers, and um he helped Jesse Jackson's campaign. I remember when he was campaigning with Jesse Jackson. Who you think put all that money down for Jesse Jackson? Jesse Jackson ain't saying shit. He's all quiet and shit. I can't be pro-Trump right now. You know how many people are quiet about them being pro-Trump and they can't say it because the left will eat them alive. They'll probably won't get as much. You know, look what happened to Roseanne. You know, they don't want to hire these people. You talking about the Democrats. You mad at Democrats getting fired for what they're saying, all the insensitive, crazy shit? Yo, they don't want to get sued. That's why the companies don't want to get sued. It ain't Trump firing Democrats that are saying crazy shit. Democrats are putting themselves, and liberals are putting themselves in positions where they're getting kicked out of schools, they're getting fired, they're teachers showing the video to children, talking about how Charlie Kirk was a bigot. Come on, man. This shit's ridiculous, man. People on the left, they're evil as shit sometimes. Some of them that are far left, you can't even have a conversation with them. They swear that they're the most intelligent, you know, the most educated, and they do have more education in these universities. Just because you have an education in these universities, it doesn't mean that you're more intelligent or wiser. Where's their wisdom? All they have is these talking points. And a common talking point on the left that I found, this is one of the first things I realized that they're fucking lying to you about, that poverty causes crime. Because when you tell them, yo, there's an issue here in certain communities, right? We know what we're talking about. Then they jump to the argument, well, it's because they're poor. Poverty causes crime. Wait, hold on. There are more white people that are poor in this country. There's like 5 times more white people that are poor in this country. Or no, 2 times. It's more than double. It's more than double than blacks. White people are about 60 to 62. Maybe I've seen 65% of the population. We know black people are 13%. When you look at everybody, right, you have a whole pie of people that are living under the poverty line. 20% of that pie, or no, my bad. Out of all the pie that's the black population, right, the black population pie, 20% or 21% of black people are living under the poverty line. Keep in mind that there are 5 times more or less black people than white people. Now, 11 or 10% of the people living under the poverty line are white people. But because there's so many white people in this country, that 10% of white people is a bigger number than 20% of black people. So there are more white people living in poverty than black people. So when you say poverty causes crime, it doesn't make sense, because then that means that white people will be causing more crime than black people. There will be more white people doing crime because there are more white people living under the poverty line. And that's not what you see happening. So why do they lie to you? Because they don't want you to acknowledge what's the issues. They want to keep black people down so that way they can be their hero and say, look at how hard you have it. I can help you. Vote blue. Vote for Hillary. That's what they're doing. If they solve the problems, then you're not going to need their help. You're not going to need a politician, because you're going to solve the problems. But you're never going to solve all the problems. There's always going to be poverty. The Bible even says the poor shall always be with you. Not to quote the Bible as some source of truth, but the Bible does have a lot of truth to it. Whether you want to say whatever about what it says here in Deuteronomy, there's some good shit in the book of Proverbs, the book of Ecclesiastes. You could come with some good wisdom and knowledge that you will not get in these universities in Stanford or Harvard or none of that. That's just real. That's real. I didn't do, I did some technical college is all I did. And I'm not fucking, I can't talk to you about economy and, but I know where I can hold my conversations. I'm going to stay in those lanes because I know where I've done my research at. So I'm going to stay in my lane. That's just what I'm saying. You're not going to hear me talking about, evolution. Well, you might hear me talk about it, but, I'm not well versed in astronomy or cosmology. So I'm going to stay in my lane and not talk about those things. We're going to talk about what we've been talking about. I appreciate people chatting, commenting, and liking and all of that stuff. Let me go up and make sure let me see if I see a question mark. Anybody want to talk to me? M1 says only illegals, aka Democrats, get deported. Me22 says white people are destroying this country, not Asian, not black, not Indian. Okay. I mean, I think you can make an argument that white liberals are destroying this country. So I would say yes, they're destroying this country by being soft on crime, defunding the police. It's mostly a party. It's a political thing. They're really controlling what happens in some of our cities and states. It's important to know that. That's why I got into it, because I want to know where my tax dollars are going to. I want to, a simple Grok or ChatGPT search will disprove this clown. About what? Poverty causes crime? ENTJ, let's talk about poverty causes crime, because I already said what I said, so he probably already feels stupid, so I don't have to repeat myself. Joshua Provo says black people need fathers. The black single mother rate is insane. It's like 75 to 80%. David Johnson said, what? Somebody, AM painting, waterproofing. It's the system built against everyone. I mean, everybody's trying to get your money. Everybody's trying to get your vote, your attention, your resources, your blood, your sweat, and all of that. Steve-O 1988 says white lives matter. I agree. White lives matter. Black lives matter. All lives matter. Hispanic lives matter. Poor lives matter. Rich lives matter. People don't like rich people. That's a Karl Marx thing. If you read the Communist Manifesto, it's just a natural hatred. They'll teach a natural hatred for rich people. Just because you got money, you're always going to get blamed for the problems, as if, and it's not that they don't want money. It's not that they hate capitalism. They love capitalism. They just believe that the money should go into other people's hands. That's really what they want. And everybody can make that argument. That's what all the political, that's what all this shit is all about. The Marxists refer to the minority groups as useful idiots. That's right. And it also refers to religion as the opiate of the masses. Karl Marx was very against religion. It's like his hate for religious people. It's a hate for the people that believe in the Bible. They hate Charlie Kirk because he believed in the Bible. So they assume that, You see, remember the Bible tells you that this happened. They agree with genocide of the Philistines, and they agree with all this stuff. And it's like, man, you got to really listen to a Christian that knows how to represent their positions, their theology, and you'll see that these people are not bad people, man. There's not a problem with the Christianity. You have some far-right Christians, you have some ultra-conservatives, and some extremists that is the minority, like the what's that Baptist church, the Westboro Baptist Church. You know, they were super duper crazy, like, you know, and it catches people attention because of how bold they are in their hatred, and they'll tell you that God is going to God is going to destroy America because of homosexuality, you know, and it's like that's not what Charlie Kirk was saying. There's an extreme far right that says that God is going to destroy America because of LGBTQ and gay people and all of that. Um, and you know, and well, I mean, I don't even think that's just them. That's actually something that I've heard. Well, yeah, I've heard Hebrew Israelites say that. I used to be a Hebrew Israelite, by the way, a black Hebrew Israelite. Check my old videos out. That's why I started the channel. M1, I appreciate you, M1. You've been a man on this joint, by the way. Democrats couldn't get elected if there isn't a racial crisis to exploit. Psh, that's why they love that come election time. They look for that. That's what this whole George Floyd thing, that's what that all was about, man. Breonna Taylor. Why does my aunt who lives in Vienna, Austria, know about Breonna Taylor? Like, it's another one that, okay, she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but that still doesn't mean the police need to be charged. That needs to be blamed on Kenneth Walker. He's lucky he didn't get charged. He was arrested for 2 months and they let him go because they were going crazy. Kenneth Walker should have, well, he did 2 months. He's responsible for her death. I don't know why he started shooting. That's the reason why Breonna Taylor's dead, is because of Kenneth Walker. Everybody's looking at the wrong people. They got misdirected anger and they hate this country, yo. It's crazy. And Democrats are driving that hate, a lot of that hate. There's a lot of racial stuff being thrown in there, but it's a culture war, man. It's a culture war going on. You know, there's a people that they let, you know, they think it's cool to be like Cardi B and shit. Like, how is Cardi B like popular? And she's on with the Democrats and she's interviewing Bernie Sanders. She's interviewing Joe Biden, and they have some fake ass little, oh yeah, they call me B because my name is Biden, so they call me Joey B. You're an idiot, man. Like, that shit was so corny. They try to damn entice you and get your vote and appeal to you with Cardi B, who's a dumbass Dominican, yo. She is dumb. Have you ever heard her try to read? Oh my God. She's illiterate, yo. She's a stripper. She's a former stripper. These are the people that they look up to. George Floyd, home invader, armed, aggravated assault. He got convicted in 2009. He was constantly in and out of prison, jail, getting arrested for possession of cocaine like 5 times. How you get arrested for possession of cocaine 5 times, yo? You are a fucking crack addict that be hanging out in places where it's hot, where police know. Like, you don't think police are looking at you? There's cameras everywhere. That dude was an idiot, man. They made him into something that is not reality, and they ignore all the negative shit that he's done in his life. Come on, yo. Why can't we point that out? No, but you want to run and point that out for Charlie Kirk. Oh, he said he likes Second Amendment rights. He's evil. He wants guns, therefore he's evil? Yo, there's something seriously wrong with people out here. But George Floyd, an amateur porn star, he was a piece of shit, yo. And he had a white girlfriend with the I like black guys hairdo. But in the video, when he's in the store, you could see him rubbing up on another chick, a black chick. And they're dancing and shit. They look like they be messing around too. And his drug dealer was there too. So What was going on there? Why didn't he just surrender, get in the car? If George Floyd would have gotten in that car and just gotten off to prison again for the umpteenth time, he would have still been alive. I promise you. So let's keep it real about what the left does. The left ignores and celebrates the death of people on the right, and they want to honor criminals and drug addicts and strippers and rappers that want to twerk on stage and shit. Megan Thee Stallion. Come on now. How much does she get paid to come out and perform for Kamala? They know what they're doing. Don't mix Old Testament and the New Testament. That's a good idea. That is correct, says Azari Warfang. Actually, see the actual statistics throughout. You can see that. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I'm going up in the comments. My bad. I'm late. Jesus. Yo, me 22, bro. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. Like, are you not listening to what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I don't know, man. These people are so brainwashed. I remember being so stuck in that shit that when you hear something so, like, simple, like, yo, George Floyd was a piece of shit. Charlie Kirk was Mr. Rogers. What the fuck did Charlie Kirk say? Somebody put in the comment the worst thing that Charlie Kirk said. Go ahead, the black pilots, the no brain power for the black women, supposedly. All that shit you're taking out of context, but we could talk about it. The gun rights, what? He doesn't like this. He thinks the civil rights was a mistake. He doesn't agree with that he has to pay any money towards reparations. He doesn't feel responsible for slavery, so he doesn't feel that he should pay for reparations. Okay, I can understand that argument. I don't agree with him 100%, but I can understand that argument. I could see where sometimes, you might have a point, and I don't want to force somebody that doesn't want to pay something that I also don't think they're responsible. But I think this whole country collectively, we do have a responsibility for everybody here, for our past. Even if we weren't there, we have some type of responsibility. But that shaming that they're doing, what they're actually doing, you got to be careful, because it's all, it's the angle that they're coming at it with. It's like, you're evil, so you're just inherently evil. Look at slavery. It's an unforgivable sin. And it's like, why can't we just admit that it was wrong? There were people practicing slavery before the Bible was even written, before the time of the Assyrians and the Amorites, before the time of the Akkadians. There were already people enslaving each other. That's just a human thing. It's not because of the Bible. It's not because, it's none of that. It's not because of the white man. There's people that think that white people created slavery. Like, that's crazy. They've been doing that in Mesopotamia. They were doing that in Egypt. I mean, anyways. Nah, he didn't really do a neck hold. Like, it was the knee on the back of the bottom of the neck, like the cervical area, where the back meets the neck. And that was not supposed to be done. That was outside of procedures. But remember that and I'm not saying that this, he was still wrong. And I think Derek Chauvin should have gotten a little bit less time. I don't know what he got, 25 years. They're going to cut it short. 15 years, 10. I don't think he intended to murder him. I don't think he knew that George Floyd's heart was in such bad shape. I mean, he was a big dude, so he had to put extra pressure. But the dude was on a lot of drugs that night, a lot of fentanyl, and his heart was already fucked up from all the drug use over the years. He was like, what, 50, 40 something? Late 40s, 48? Yeah, man, imagine doing drugs for 20, 28 years, smoking cigarettes and all types of alcohol and cocaine that he was always caught with, fentanyl. I've seen cops faint just by touching something that has fentanyl on it. cops just faint and almost die, almost dead. And George Floyd had enough where that could have even killed him alone. I don't know how, if he was trying to get rid of the evidence and swallowed it all, and that added on to his exhilarated heartbeat, and he couldn't calm down. If you see him, he wouldn't get in that back of the car. He just got out of a car, got put in cuffs, and then he wouldn't get in the back of a cop car. He was saying that he's claustrophobic, which doesn't make any sense because he was just in a car. So George Floyd was not in his right mind. Go watch the whole body cam video. Don't ever trust the media, mass media especially. ABC is one of the biggest media networks and platforms that owns ESPN and Disney, and they push a lot of their agendas through their visuals, through their network. They push a lot of what they want you to feel and what they think is right, and they don't always play the entire videos. Sometimes you don't get the body cam video right away. You might get a video from somebody that's a bystander recording, and they start recording at the end when things start getting all spicy. So you don't get the full context. But when you go back and you get the full context of what happened in Minneapolis on May 25th of 2020, we had just let out from the pandemic. We were locked down. We were getting cabin fever and all of that, uneasy and irritable. And it was just a crazy time. I'll never forget that time. And everybody went wild. It was just everything collectively from the pandemic, and everything was just crazy, man. Don't trickle down my back and tell me it's raining. Better yet, Republicans create wealth and Democrats take it and redistribute it. Yeah, man. It's the capital. I mean, when you create something, the person that created the refrigerator is now we all benefit from that as humans, man. We all benefit from that. Creating and putting something into this world is there's an incentive behind that too, and that's if this was a socialistic society, there would be no incentive, no real incentive for you to do things, because, well, I mean, that's not necessarily true because some people might just want to do something without getting money, but sometimes people need a reward to get them going and to create something. So if you know that you could create something that the world can benefit from, and your own human, your own people, your own kinfolk can benefit from, your family and your neighbor and the world, then that's going to make a big impact, and that's something to be proud about, and to say you accomplished something. The person that created the television, the people that added on and perfected it, and we got it to where it's at now. And it's like all of this is a perfect example of how having a capitalistic free market, free trade, is great for an economy. And when you create social programs to balance it out, you're gonna have an economy that works, and you're never gonna have a perfect economy. I mean, the world wasn't created to, we're trying to figure things out, as we go. And what's good in this country might not be good in another country. The policies that you might need to implement here, it might not work in Austria or in, Scandinavia. So I don't know where we're going with this. When we talk about free trade, that's within the country, sir. We're talking about in America. So stop trying to go into something else where we talk about international stuff. That's talking about importing and exporting. I'm talking about in this country that we live in. Try to focus and pay attention and stop trying to railroad the meaning of what's being said. Tariffs have to do with international trade, man. We're talking about the economy in this country. Why are you old man? What are you, let's go and see now? You'll be all right. Socialism is oppression, and socialism leads to destruction. Go to Venezuela, ask them how they doing over there. President Maduro, his crazy ass. Yeah, they want to steal other people's wealth. They want to create programs so that your tax money can go to this program. This is the program for the indigenous rights of native black people or some crazy shit. Or this is a program that's going to go to help disabled children in Alaska. And then they raise, I don't know, $200,000, or they set to the side and distribute $200,000. Let's say $200,000 is going to go to a program that's going to be, this is a federal program created by the government. Your tax money goes to it. Now you got $200,000 right here. How do you, these Democrats love to create programs like that. That's what Gavin Newsom did with the homelessness. How do you have, let's use that. How much money was put into homelessness? Billions were put into homelessness since Gavin Newsom has been in there. And homelessness has gotten worse in Los Angeles and California as a whole. How is that happening? And where is the rest of the money? They can only account for 20% of that money that's come in. Where's the rest of the money at? That's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about these programs. They want to federalize everything, and now you got a slush fund for somebody that's sticking their hand in that pot. Because where's the rest of the money going to? They're not showing you. There needs to be some investigation into all that stuff in California, man. Do you know the amount of money that California is making? It's insanity. In 1852, after the Mexican-American War, California was ceded by America, and they gave $15 million in the 1800s, $15 million for California and a few other states, Nevada and Utah and New Mexico and Arizona, and parts of Wyoming became part of the United States. Those states make so much money for the country. We get certain products, agriculture from those states now that get distributed nationwide. Most of the citrus that this country and even some parts of the world gets is from Florida. Thank you, and you're welcome, I mean. But yeah, $15 million went to the Mexican government, and we got a bunch of states from them. We got California. We already had Texas. I forgot how they got Texas. Or did they get it after 1852, the Mexican-American War? I think they already got Texas through some other war. The Treaty of Guadalupe is what it was called. The Treaty of Guadalupe. Just a little bit of American history. And we need to actually have less government is what I think. I think the less government less government power you impose on private entities, private companies, I think the better. I think you leave it up to the people. That's why it's up to the private company to fire an employee because they said something on social media. You can say, oh, freedom of speech, but nobody's arresting you. Nobody's throwing you in jail for what you're saying. You're getting fired. Big deal. Guess what? Charlie Kirk died for what he said. And you're fucking crying because I lost my job. You're celebrating murder. You work for a company that have the right to fire you at any given time. Here, take the severance package if it makes you happy. You have no, you can be fired at any given time. And Florida's a right to work state. They don't have to give you any benefits, and they can let you go like that, and you won't qualify for unemployment if you haven't. Uriel, Siani. Shit. Justin says Charlie Kirk made fun of abortion. Charlie Kirk was against abortion. Democrats are making mockery of abortion. The way they just do it so willy-nilly. Abortion's a nasty thing. All right, so somebody said this dude is beta vibes all day. What's actually beta is some of the shit that people on the left do, and I try to stay away from those beta snowflake stuff, yo. I'm against it, yo. Am painting waterproofing. No secure work in USA. Well, that's why you can build your own thing in the USA. And if you want to do that in China, they might have to take 50% of your business. So you better be happy that you ain't in China. Or maybe you like that. Some people like, so we got some communists up in this, some beta communists, lefty loonies. Raven lies, right? What does Raven say? Empathy is weakness. That's not what he said. He said that empathy is a new age word, and he says there's no difference from the word empathy and sympathy. Sympathy covers all of that, and that's all he said. He was talking about the word itself, not the usage of it or the meaning of it. He was just saying that it's this new age progressive word that they like to use, and I do hear that a lot amongst progressives. They love that word. But you know, it's usually going to be like a beta LGBTQ or some emotional deranged single woman that hates Charlie Kirk. It's always the same type of people. They have the earplugs that open up their ears and shit. They got the septum rings. They might dye their hair purple or damn green, and they love abortion. They love abortion. They love killing the babies or fetuses or the clumps of cells that's in their bodies, even though they could have prevented that by not being a whore or using protection. These people are nasty as hell. Democrats actually have more STDs than conservatives. Democrats are littered with STDs, just so you know. They're much more promiscuous. They're the ones that need abortion because they're constantly getting pregnant. For some reason, they love to party. They abuse drugs more. They they have more like mental health issues on the left. People on the left are deranged, yo. Some of them are like there's a lot of mental health issues on the left. You see the ones that come up and try to debate Charlie Kirk. You just see it, man. Like, come on, you wouldn't let half of these people around your kids, yo. You know that's the damn truth. Yeah, they want to push feminism. They have lower IQ. I bet they do. I haven't looked into that. And the right isn't? Yeah, right. Man, listen. There's more people getting pushed to the right because of how crazy the left is, and the right is looking kind of normal. I'm actually kind of moderate. I'm actually not. I'm not far right at all. I'm actually somewhere in the middle. You guys have heard me say some things in here that are on the right that you probably don't agree with what I'm saying because it's a little left. I can be a little left on some issues. Yeah, and liberals are usually young. People get more conservative as they get older. That's a fact. So it would make sense that conservatives are wiser than liberals because conservatives, I think, are usually older. Am I right, David Johnson? You seem like a man up in age, but you seem like you might be a little bit more left. I'm not sure. I don't know. Young, dumb, and full of rum. One of the craziest like crime rates is right in Memphis right now, man. Like the deaths in Memphis, the rappers that are there's I think like in the last 10 years, it's been like 30 or 40 rappers you know, that have died in Memphis alone. Like rappers get killed left and right, or they die from some overdose or something like that. MF Doom, I believe. I don't know if he committed suicide. Is one of my favorite rappers of all time. Is MF Doom. Rest in peace to that guy. Elvis Presley is my ninth cousin, said Justin. Oh shit! Get the hell out of here. Where's he from? Nashville? I forget where Elvis Presley was from. Nashville, Tennessee? That's like, what, 2 hours away from Memphis? I know Chattanooga is more South Tennessee. I've never been to Tennessee, but I've been pretty damn close. I've been almost on the border there. And I like that whole area, man. Up there in Georgia, Stone Mountain. It's nice up there. Elvis lived in Memphis. Okay, I thought it was Nashville. Is Nashville, Tennessee? Yeah, Memphis, Tennessee. Then you got Chattanooga, Tennessee. Yeah, Memphis is. That's why Memphis is the. They have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame over there, right? Trump is pretty sharp mentally, actually, man. You know, for his age, because he's never really used drugs. He said he never drank. You know, Trump was always very sober minded, and you know that's why I believe I don't believe that Epstein was ever able to get too close to him, because he would have been able to use shit against Trump, you know. And they already threw out everything that Trump said from the beginning, you know, before he became president in 2016. When I was against him, I was a Bernie and an Andrew Yang. I was a little Andrew Yangish. I ain't gonna lie. Andrew Yang is still out. He's still all right to me. He's okay. I didn't like his mall. He wanted to bring he was trying to revive the malls of America. I understand the need or the want to do that. The need is not really there anymore. Everything's going e-commerce. Not everything, but e-commerce is taking over a lot of the retail business. You know, people go to malls just to hang out. They don't even spend money like that. Kids go and hang out at the food court. You see stores that are empty in the malls. They got a mall over here in Orlando called the Fashion Square Mall. It's dead. It's dead. The Millennium Mall is popping, though. So it has this, what, you know, it stings. But there's certain malls. There's a lot of malls closing. It's an epidemic in America. And it's because people are shopping online. And Andrew Yang knows that. He was trying to save the malls, and I'm like, you know, money is still money in the economy, whether it's going to e-commerce or whether it's going to the malls and the stores in the malls. It's you know, it might be easier for people. It is easier. It's more convenient for people to shop from home, so people might be spending more money from home. Me personally, I like to see and touch what I'm shopping. You know, what I'm buying. So. You know, there could be some good to it, and there's always going to be malls. But anyways, I was for Bernie. I was for universal health care. Horrible. Universal health care would be a disaster. Let's get that right. Even with insurance, as much as people hate health insurance companies, I know. They're the worst. These agents too. This is open enrollment time, by the way. This is it. This is starting up now, and it's shorter time now, so they're gonna go crazy. I got like 100 calls today about insurance. They're going crazy with that. But you know, shit. Do what you gotta do. Hustle. Universal healthcare. We already have Medicare. We already have Obamacare. We have welfare. We have Social Security. We have Medicare on top of Medicaid. Medicare, once you turn 65, you qualify for Medicare. Unless you have a disability or a chronic condition, then you might qualify before that. There's a lady that comes to the doctor's office I work in, because I work in healthcare. she gets full coverage, and she's 29, and she has a disability. You know, we have that available here. There's been some cuts to Medicare, and I don't. You gotta. Everything is with time. There's a time to expand it. There's a time to cut it. Let's see what happens. I like what's going on. Mexico don't have tariffs. Canada don't have tariffs. Dominican Republic has very small 8% tariffs. It's not. It's gonna benefit this country. Isn't gonna benefit other countries too that's surrounding America. You're gonna see the growth, and watch. Just give it time. It might be a little rough right now. I mean, the prices are low for certain things. You could get low groceries. Groceries are at an all-time low. Gas is cheaper right now than it was last year at this time. We got a little bit of inflation still. That's that's expected coming out of the pandemic. But if you look at how it was in 2022 and in 2023 compared to now, we're at so much better. So that's the truth. What up, IE Roger X? We got off the Tyler Reed topic, man. We were supposed to be talking about the suicide of Tyler Reed. It came out it was a suicide. People thought it was another black man lynched by white people. This is like these narratives that get turned into this racial stuff. Then you see people arguing online back and forth about, oh, it's white people. You see, white people did this, and they're trying to cover it up. They're saying it's a suicide. And it's like, yo, that's what the coroner and the autopsy showed. That's what I wanted to talk about. But if you see in the photo, in the thumbnail, there was also a white guy by the name of Corey Zatukis that was also in Mississippi, and that was also found hanging from a tree. Or hanging from, I don't know if it was a tree also. It was, I don't know. But yeah, Tyler Reed, 21-year-old from Delta State University in Mississippi, was found hanging from a tree on campus. And people suspect foul play because he's black and it was in Mississippi. And that's their evidence for that it was foul play. The coroner already said there was no foul play. They were saying his limbs were broken, and it spread on social media that why was his leg broken? And then the coroner was like, no evidence shows that any of his limbs were broken. Who's saying that? How could he hang himself when his arms were broken already? What the hell are you talking about? That's not what the evidence shows. And then they waited like a week for the autopsy. We finally got the autopsy today. And that's why I went live, because I've been going back and forth with people online, telling them to wait until the autopsy results come out. There's no broken limbs. First of all, they're lying about that. I knew that this was weird, and I knew that it was going to lead to the same thing that happened when another black person was found not too long ago hanging from a tree. They found out that it was a suicide and there's no foul play. And you can say it was a cover-up. Yeah, it was the police covered it up. Why would the police cover that up? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. Well, they were the ones that did it. How do you know that the cops did that? The way people, like, their minds, it's like their evidence is that he was black, he was found hanging, he was lynched by a white person. Case closed. I found the smoking gun. He was black and he was found hanging, therefore a white person hung him? That's your logic. Oh, but it was in Mississippi too. So a black person can't hang himself in Mississippi? That can never happen, right? When was the last time you heard of black people being hung by white people, man? There's a number of 3,000 lynchings that happened because lynching was once a form of corporal punishment in this country. They lynched Asians, they lynched Native Americans, they lynched Mexicans, they lynched white people. The number 2 racial group or ethnic group that's been lynched in this country are white people. It's a number of 1,500 and something, 1,400 and something lynchings of white people in this country. actually, before the Tulsa race wars, with the Black Wall Street and all of that, that actually started off. Um, that was hyped up because they thought that they were going to lynch the black teen, or the young black man that was arrested for trying to sexually assault a white woman in an elevator. I think is how the story goes. Um, yeah, a young white girl in an elevator. This black guy, and she screamed, and he went running. They arrested him, locked him up. I forget his name. Um, and then a group of veterans, black veterans, came outside the courthouse with rifles, and there was a scuffle that broke out. 12 white people were killed. There was they ran back towards their side of town, the black people, the black veterans, and whoever, all of them. After killing 12 white people, then they went to their neighborhood, and it was a war. It was a battle between the black residents, or the black and white residents of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and that certain area. And black people got beat the heck up. They got massacred. They were outnumbered, and that's the story of that. These black people that came with guns to the courthouse, they came because they thought that they were going to lynch this young man, this young black man. And if you read the story, it's because 2 white men were already lynched months before that incident. That's the story of the Tulsa race wars, the Tulsa massacre, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The story of that is actually that white people were lynched months before that happened. So when they caught the young black man and they brought him under custody, they were afraid that he definitely was going to get lynched. So a bunch of veterans, and I think it was Tuskegee, it was people that were already, like black people that were in the military. They brought their guns, because remember, this was what, 1920 something, 1924. They brought their rifles, and they thought they were going to hang this man because white people were hung. They were hanging white people, so they said, oh, they hung some white people? They're definitely going to hang this young kid. Yeah, I mean, he was a young man, but that's what started it, and they ended up killing like 12 white people outside the courthouse. It fights broke out. People got killed, shot. Then more white people got together and said, we're going to take this fucking town and burn it down. And it was a mess, man. It was a horrible fucking time in our history. Why are we talking about it? Because it's truth. Yeah, the Black Wall Street. It was a black doctor that also owned the bank. So he had a practice, a physician's office, pretty much. Physician's practice, whatever he called it. He owned the bank. He owned property. And there was a few other distinguished people with money. Black people were getting money. They were starting to get money at this time. And because they pretty much started, I mean, the dude that violated the girl, that young black man and the young white girl, and you forget it. That's a recipe for disaster right there. Just that demographic. Young black man, young white girl, harassing a young white girl. White people are gonna get pissed. They arrested him. Black people thought that he was innocent. Oh, they just being racist, But the story goes. That's how the story goes. Whatever you want to say, it's not true. There's evidence that says otherwise. So the courthouse, surrounded by black men with guns, they went back and forth with the white residents. The cops were out there. It was a mess. And I guess some shootings broke out. White people got killed. They got pissed, went back to the black neighborhood, and they torched shit down. It wasn't because of jealousy. Oh, they were jealous of the black people because they were getting more money. It was that. It was the story that I just laid out. Go ahead and read about it, because you're gonna hear a lot of other shit that's not true. But that's actually what happened. And if I'm lying, I'm flying. 92% of blacks live in Ohio. What does that mean? 92% of blacks? 92% of black people? That doesn't make sense. Live in Ohio. Whites are outnumbered. Second state in Georgia. Blacks are richer than whites in Georgia than Oklahoma. There's a lot of black money. There's a lot of black people with money in Atlanta. Oh, yeah. All throughout Georgia. You're right. Just the other day. Butt mango. Drug depression. True. Jesse Smollett 2.0. So are you ignoring? Ignoring what? Yeah, man. There was a dude in Oklahoma. Is it Julius Jones? Back in the 90s, he robbed a white man at gunpoint. After he took the vehicle, the white man got out with his hands up. He still shot him and killed him, right? Back in the 90s. He's still on death row, or he was on death row. He was on death row for a long time there. They were gonna actually execute him back in like 2021 or 2022. And I think because Oklahoma got a little blue, there was so much misinformation that it was wrong, that he was innocent, and all the evidence was clear. There were witnesses. They found a gun in his house. Like, evidence was all there. The guy was guilty. Kim Kardashian was petitioning to pretty much stop the his death row, to pardon him pretty much. But all they did was, instead of the death penalty, they said, you know what, we're just going to give you life in prison, because there was a lot of noise being made. They didn't want to kill him, and they didn't want to shoot him, or I'm sorry, they didn't want to kill him and by the state, death penalty, because he shot a white person and killed him. They said it's like fighting fire with fire. It's adding fire on top of fire. But the truth is that the dude was actually guilty, and people like Kim Kardashian are just making a spectacle, trying to use black men and the prison system as if they're innocent, and it's a whole movement. And you got the Innocent Project. They're trying to bail out Rodney Reed in Texas, who's a dude that raped and murdered a few people, actually. He raped a mentally disabled girl and only got like a year, which is crazy. And she was underage, because they said that her testimony couldn't be really verified because she's like mentally disabled. She couldn't even really testify for herself. This is Rodney Reed. This is who Kim Kardashian was also fighting for. And then, so now the guy gets out. Years later, he murders another woman, rapes her, then murders her, leaves her in the woods. It leads back to him. They found his DNA on her and in her. And then they asked him, did you know this woman? And he said he never knew her. And then later on, he said, oh, yeah, I heard about her in the news. And then, they already knew that, okay, well, we got your DNA on her. So they asked him, well, we have your DNA on her. Then he admitted, he was like, all right, I knew her. And they were like, okay, so here it is. The case is closed. And he's like, no, she was my girlfriend. So we had consensual sex, and then she was murdered somehow. You know, he was a liar. He would have told the truth from the beginning. It would have been more credible. But this Rodney Reed person was somebody else that's on death row, and I think they're trying to push it back, and they're trying to pretty much trying to pardon him as if he's innocent. It's craziness. But yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That wasn't Emmett Till. Emmett Till was somewhere else. David Johnson. Emmett Till had nothing to do with Tulsa. But it's 11:11. What up, Celine Smith? How are you? It's probably about that time, or maybe you know what? Let's take a little break here. Let's watch some TV, maybe.
Actually get killed. And honestly, you look at the difference between right now, the left is bringing up the murder of the
Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was a pedo. Michael Jackson admitted to sharing his bed with underage kids.
Possibly jumped in the water.
Earlier in the day, officers found this man with a busted up truck in the road. But what started as a routine traffic stop quickly peeled back into a sudden arrogant ready to move the cops off.
They don't know what state I'm going to. I'll tell you, maybe I'm going to North Carolina, Kansas, who knows? You guys can keep me in jail forever.
Yeah. I was asleep till morning. Ooh, jail's dope.
On the evening of May 28, 2025, at about 6:02 p.m.,
I like watching these body cam videos.
Dodge Ram stopped in the middle of a Wisconsin roadway. Moments earlier, dispatch had relayed several reckless driving complaints about the same truck and its 21-year-old driver shot.
Union Zebra 6992, UC 6992. Hey, sir, can you come here? What's going on?
Let me get something on Tyler Reed actually here. Yeah, they wanted to turn Tyler Reed into another, you know, it was like a Jesse Smollett is what it was. They were trying to turn it into a, you know, into a lynching. No, my bad. It's not Tyler Reed. Trey Reed. Why I keep saying Tyler? I'm thinking about Tyler Robinson. That's Charlie Kirk's assassin. Trey Reed.
In the South, the 19th and 20th centuries.
All right, he's gonna lie. Let's see what the autopsy found. It's Trey Reed. I don't know why I put Tyler. Trey Reed. Not Trey Songz, but Trey Reed. Justice for Trey. Okay, so they're gonna get a lot of bullshit. So let's make sure we get the right story. Trey Reed's cousin is an idiot, man.
Good evening, the Mrs.
Yeah, Trey Reed's cousin is spreading a lot of lies.
This evening, the Mississippi
state medical examiner says 21-year-old Trey Reed's death on the campus of Delta State University was a suicide.
Yes, sadly, that report lining up with the coroner's initial findings. WRG's
Yeah.
Mike Sirianni
So the
has
coroner and the
announced
autopsy
Grenada
match
as
up.
it rallies in support of his family.
Look at all the support black people get in this country. Nobody knew who Trey Reed was. He committed suicide, so he killed himself, and he's getting all the support from people protesting. Look at all the people that know about him. I'm doing a video about him.
It's more than just community. The nation is mourning this.
Mayor Charles Latham responding after the state medical examiner echoes the initial report by the Bolivar County coroner that no signs of foul play were found when Trey Reed's body was discovered hanging from a tree Monday on the campus of Delta State University.
It does look as if those two reports are consistent, and we have to take those facts into consideration.
Hello.
Thursday, Mayor Charles Latham stopping by Lottie Dottie's ice cream truck, ordering a sweet treat.
Delicious.
And in the process, donating to a fundraising effort for the family of Trey Reed. Madison Millette, the owner of Lottie Dottie's, announcing all proceeds Thursday from sales will go to Reed's family.
So I just came up with the idea to do his fundraiser and give the proceeds to his family to help with this tough time they're going through right now.
Where is she? They told me where you were. I said, I'm on my way.
Word spread like wildfire about Millette's fundraiser. Many in this area devastated by news that Delta State University freshman from Grenada was found hanging from a tree on campus Monday, dead.
I just felt like we should support the Reed family. It was a devastating loss for them. And
Look at white people supporting Trey Reed.
The community is expected to come together Saturday at 6 p.m.
People die every day and go unnoticed. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Yo, we ain't trying to be insensitive over here, right? I'm trying to keep it real. Yo, this shit might hurt you, but I don't feel like that for Trey Reed. And you know why? Because I don't really know who he is. I know who Charlie Kirk is, and I've been watching Charlie Kirk since 2019. So I felt that. Plus, his was on video, and it was horrible. And it was a murder, which is heinous. This was a suicide. Not only did the coroner say that, come to that conclusion, the autopsy also came to that conclusion. That's right. That's right. The homeless dude, I don't know where was it, Colorado? There was another dude in Mississippi, but he wasn't homeless. A white guy named Tyler Zatukis. Corey Zatukis. Why I keep saying Tyler, man? Fucking Tyler Robinson. I'm thinking about the guy that killed Charlie Kirk. Corey Zatukis. Another Mississippi guy, same state, but a white guy, was found hanging. That's the guy that you see on the thumbnail. I don't know if you can see the thumbnail, but I have Trey Reed and I have Corey Zatukis. But look at the support that they're getting from the world. Look at the post on Facebook talking about Trey Reed. Like you said, people die every day, man. The homeless dude that was found hanging, I don't know if it was it the same day? Because I know there was the white guy, Corey Zatukis, was found in the same state. Now, I know the homeless guy was reported maybe like 2 days ago. I think I saw it. I just saw it today. I'm sorry. I saw it today, but I think the news report was dated 2 days ago. And, yeah, so there's that homeless guy wasn't black either. Is this charging? Okay. Make sure it charges. Oh, god damn it. Hold on. Here we go. We don't gotta charge it right now. So yeah, we're talking about Trey Reed. It was deemed a suicide. This was a fake racism, fake hanging, fake lynching. They fell for another fake hoax. Go look at the Facebook freaking posts on Trey Reed. It's just ridiculous, the shit that people fall for. And there's no evidence of any foul play. but they don't need any evidence. They already assume that racism is running rampant, like as if suicides aren't rampant. I said it earlier. Last year there were like 46,000 suicides. Suicides are very common, unfortunately. We have 365 days. We had 46,000 suicides. Do the math. How many times does 360 go into 46,000? I have to get rounded even numbers. Let's do 4,000 into 50,000. You got, that goes in about 12 times. So there are about 12 suicides a day. 12 suicides a day. That's what it's averaging out to, I think. 12. Am I right on that? No, I'm way off on that. 12, 120. I'm saying 12, 120. I might be off on that too. I don't know. My numbers might be off. Because if we have, I'm way off. What am I talking about? Let's say it's 360, 400 times. No, that's 100 times. Wow, no, I'm way off. It's like 100. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's a lot, yo. Every day. It seems like it's more than that too, man. It's a high number. Let's go with that. But yeah, keep liking this video, man. Let's keep this shit going. This is the story of Trey Reed. Let's bring it back a little bit. People thought he was murdered. People thought it was a lynching. It was some white, was a cracker.
Trey Reed's death on the campus of Delta State University was a suicide.
Yes, sadly, that report.
It was a suicide, man.
Initial findings. WRG's Mike Sirianni is in Reed's hometown of Grenada as it rallies in support of.
He's from Grenada.
An hour east of Delta State University, here in Trey Reed's hometown of Grenada, news that the Mississippi
He's from Grenada, Mississippi.
Office ruled suicide as the cause of death for the 21-year-old freshman drew this reaction from Mayor Charles Latham.
It's more than just.
That's the mayor.
The nation is mourning this.
Mayor Charles Latham responding after the state medical examiner echoes the initial report by the Bolivar County coroner that no signs of foul play were found when Trey Reed's body was discovered hanging from a tree Monday on the campus of Delta State University.
It does look.
It's no foul play. It's no foul play. But look how he wants to say it. It looks like he don't really even believe in what he's saying. You see, he don't want to start no conspiracy theory, because then his city's gonna go crazy, and he's gonna be responsible for what happens. But he says it does look
as if those two reports are consistent, and we have to take those facts into consideration.
We have to take those facts in consideration because those two reports are consistent. What two reports? The autopsy and the coroner report. They were consistent with a suicide and with a self-hanging suicide. No foul play, no broken bones, no broken legs and 2 broken arms. That's a lie. So they can hype up and try to get black people against white people all over again. I don't understand who benefits off of this. It's like the people are doing it on their own. I don't even think this is manufactured hate. This is just like some internal hate that's just some revenge is what it is. This is revenge porn.
Latham stopping by Lottie
They want him to be mad.
A sweet treat. Delicious. And in the process, donating to a fundraising effort for the family of Trey Reed. Madison Millette, the owner of
They got fundraiser for Trey Reed. Nobody has ever heard of this person. But because he hung himself in a suspicious manner, which could, it seems like it was murder. It seems like racism. Remember when black people were hung on trees? Well, doesn't this seem similar? Yeah, it seems similar, but can't people commit suicide this way? 46,000 suicides a year. You don't think that there's going to be one in Mississippi where a black person hung himself out of 46,000 suicides? 6 million ways to die, so I chose. Made it 3,000,001. Made it 6,000,001 with my eyes closed. There's so many ways to die, so many ways to commit suicide. You're going to have, with a suicide, you're going to have a hanging of a black person, and it just so happens it was in Mississippi. Oh, Mississippi. That sounds like a racist place.
Pay from sales will go to Reed's family.
So I just came up with the idea to do his fundraiser and give the proceeds to his family to help with this tough time they're going through right now.
Where is she? They told me where you were. I said, I'm on my way.
Word spread like wildfire about Millet's fundraiser. Many in this area devastated by news that Delta State University freshman from Grenada was found hanging from a tree on campus Monday, dead.
I just felt like we should support the Reed family. It was a devastating loss for them.
I love that accent. I love that Mississippi accent. Jesus Christ, I love it. The only weird thing is that the fam is saying that the police initially told them that Trey was found dead in his bed. They then heard that he was found hanging from a tree. The police deny that, though. Yeah, that's strange. I wonder if you know, that's just misinformation, or it could just be a mistake. I've watched body cam videos where police officers that weren't initially on the scene get asked a question by somebody that's on the side or something, and they give a wrong response. So now the police officer's telling somebody, some random person, oh, this is what I think happened, or this is what I heard happened. Maybe they misheard. And then the police officer that was on the scene, who knows who's actually writing the report, when the report comes out, now you're going to have, oh, well, there's a witness that conflicting stories. This is suspicious. And it could be, yeah, but, you know, that's way more, I think, outrageous and more unbelievable to think that this is a big cover-up involving the school, involving the police department, and involving the mayor, or maybe not the mayor, the coroner, and what do you call it? The people that deal with forensics, and do the autopsy. Now we have to consider that this is all a big conspiracy, and that is actually more outrageous than just a guy hung himself in Mississippi. A black guy hung himself in Mississippi. That's more believable than a police department in Mississippi is working in conjunction with a campus, and they're trying to cover up the lynching of a black man. Listen to how crazy this shit sounds, yo. And people believe that's the neutral position. That you start with, it was a lynching by a black man, prove me wrong. And now you got to prove that, no, it's actually deemed a suicide. Well, no, I'm not convinced. Well, who the fuck are you? The way that people, you know, I don't believe it. Okay, it doesn't change whatever the fuck is going to happen. You can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. It doesn't change what the experts have to say about the suicide that is obvious to happen. Let me turn off some of these lights because, I mean, I don't need all this right now at this time. But, yeah, okay, you know, I understand where people's minds can go. But, like Don Dushti said, people die every day, and you never get this response. And, hey, a white person was hung, too. Where's the crazy conspiracies coming up with that guy? Well, he was found hanging. Let me word it that way. Yeah, but
Want to do what we can for our community.
The community is
because white people, man, there's people coming together for this, yo. People are coming together.
On Fairgrounds Road. Mayor Charles Latham says emotions over Trey Reed's death extend far beyond the 21-year-old's hometown.
Yo, James Loopy is insane. Listen to what he's saying. Lynching is still not outlawed. Oh my God, bro, you just exposed yourself. Have you not been paying attention? Listen to what he says. You mean reading up on American history? What do you mean paying attention to it as if it's currently happening? History is something you go back and read about. I'm currently paying attention to how many black people are killing each other every day, how many suicides are happening every day. Last year, there were 46,000 suicides. I know that you didn't know that, but now you know that because I told you that. And because I've already done the research before you have done it. But you can go look it up. There have been 46,000 suicides last year. So you don't think that one of those suicides is going to be a black person that hung himself? When was the last black person lynched in America by a white person? Can you tell me? What year was that? When was the... Give me the name of the last black person that was lynched in America. And the year. What kind of comment is this, yo? Lynching is still not outlawed in what are you talking about? In this land. You don't even realize that we have a country with 50 states that have 50 individual laws, independent of each state. And then there's city ordinances also, independent of each city. Come on, son. I am part black. I just can't call myself just black. I'm not just black. I'm more than black. I'm white. I'm black. I'm Hispanic. I'm Caucasian. I'm an Israelite. I'm a Philistine. I'm an Assyrian. I'm Mexican. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm Dominican. I'm Cuban. I am Charlie Kirk. You are Charlie Kirk. We all are Charlie Kirk. This is the mayor right here of Grenada, Mississippi.
Stand far beyond the 21-year-old's hometown.
Got a lady from Massachusetts.
I'm from New York City, baby.
Here. She's going to provide balloons to be released there. She's going to provide water. We've had people call us there providing those candles for us.
Hold on.
There. So the whole community and people actually from across this country are coming together to support the Reed family.
For your news leader in Grenada, Mississippi, Mike Suriani.
There we go. I needed more blue. Why do you care so much about black people killing each other? Well, because sometimes it spills over into other communities too. But I care about deaths. I think it's horrible when somebody's, dies, especially at a young age. My brother died when he was very young. My mother died when she was very young. So it's sad to see people just go. Death has always been a big part of my life since I was a baby. My mother died when I was a baby. So death has always been very important to me. And it's part of life. Death is part of life. Death is probably the only thing really promised to happen to people in life, because there's people that are born and then die immediately. So the only thing that they ever experienced was life and death. Isn't that amazing? What's up, Lorraine Purcell? Oh, I care about that too. If you look at the last videos, I've been talking about Charlie Kirk a lot. So I reject your premise, because that's a loaded question. Why don't you care about white on white deaths? That's like a loaded question. So that assumes that I don't care, right? So can you prove that I don't care? Or can you give me an example of why you think I don't care? What makes you think I don't care about white on white deaths? Thank you, Lorraine. Bless you too. And Charlie Kirk lives on. I'm going to make sure Charlie Kirk lives on, because he was killed by a crazy ass white liberal. And there are more white people doing assassinations, even though there have been like 200 assassinations or 180 assassinations. So it's like, come on. There's been 180 deaths in the city of Chicago in the first 5 months of 2025. But you talk about in the whole history of this country, there have been about 180 to 200 assassinations, I think. And I think the majority of that, of course, is going to be white on white. So we can talk about that too, big boss. We talking about it. What you talking about? But also, do you know that black on black deaths or black on black murder happens 5 times more than white on white? Maybe that's why, you know, you hear about it more. It's because it's actually happening more. It's actually happening at a higher rate when you consider the population, because the black population is very small, and then you have a high rate of black murders. The same number of murders in the black community, it's almost the same as the white murders. There's probably, give or take, 100 to 200. It's probably, give or take, 100 to 200 deaths less, you know, in the white community or in the black community compared to the white community. But you have way more white people in this country, so you should have more murders of white on white. That's what should be the norm. But the norm is actually black on black. So, you know, but you don't hear about it as much. You know, just like a suicide of Trey Reed, you got a black person that committed suicide. They're going to turn that into, oh, the white man's to blame. So even when a black person commits suicide, you blame white people. You know, everything always goes right back to white people. There's already enough people talking about white people. You know, all the media, the majority of the media is left, liberals. So they don't actually expose what's really going on in places like Philadelphia, Oakland, Memphis, Baton Rouge, Detroit, St. Louis, Baltimore. They don't tell you what's actually going on in those areas. Like, they don't show it nationwide. You got to be in those local areas to really see what's going on. And even then, you got to find the right outlets. What you do always hear is white on white. You only hear about white mass shootings. You only hear about white serial killers. Even though one of the biggest serial killers in this country was Samuel Little, who was a black man. What? Who's Samuel Little? I only heard about Marilyn Manson and, you know, I know. And Charles Bundy. What's going on in Baltimore, big boss? What do you think is the biggest issue going on in Baltimore? Because I have friends in Baltimore and they deny what's going on. And they think that the biggest problem is white people. When the people that are running, oh, come on, Sir Adam Skowinski. Per capita destroys anything that you have to say. What city? Sir Adam Skowinski, what city has the highest murder per capita? So what am I on? You better listen. You better listen and Google everything I'm saying so you can understand what I'm on. We're talking about a lot of different things. I'm just reading the comments. Come on. No, it's not Chicago. Which city has the highest rate of murder in this country? Come on, it's not Chicago. If you're Canadian, then what the hell do you know about the United States, man? Why don't you stick to your, you know, blackface Prime Minister Trudeau or whatever you have, you know, and stick to those stories and whatever issues you guys got going on. I don't know. You guys are ultra sensitive and ultra soft that you guys are trying to pass legislation to where if you call somebody outside of their pronouns in Canada, you could actually face some type of charges legally because you might call somebody he or she and they don't like to be called by that. Weren't they trying to push something like that in Canada? One of my favorite comedians is Norm Macdonald, and he's a Canadian. I love Norm Macdonald. He's the man. Jim Carrey's also Canadian. Canadians have a lot of funny people. Steve Martin, or is it Martin Short, is also Canadian. But Jordan Peterson is somebody from Canada that I've listened to also. If y'all know about Jordan Peterson. Yep, there's a lot of Latino and Latino crime. Actually, Mexico. I'm not Mexican, so Latino on Latino is not as high as black on black. And we're talking about the United States. We're not talking about Canada. We're not talking about Mexico. We're talking about the United States. The people that commit the most murder in the United States are black people. Can we admit that, or is that a problem? Why is that such a problem to admit? It's so weird. You guys are weird, yo. Especially you white motherfucking liberals out there. It's just so weird, yo. Who told me what? Who do you think commits the most murder in this country? Put it in the comment section. Who does the most murder right now in this country? Who's committing the most murder? And tell me the city where the most murder is happening at. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me. You guys can get off this live real quick. Go on Google. Which city in America has the highest murder rate? Tell me what it is. You're wrong. Right-wing men commit the most murder? What are you talking about? That's not true. That's crazy as hell. We're talking about race. What do you mean right-wing men? Most murders happen in democratic cities. Are you insane? Every city, the top 5 cities are all democratic cities where the most murders take place. Baltimore. Thank you. Oh, that Mets versus Dodgers is going to be epic. Yes, Latinos and Latinas, Hispanics import a lot of the drugs into this country. You're right through that Mexican border. That's why Trump is trying to fucking crack down on it. Now you understand, right? Thank you. That shit's been coming through Mexican cartels, man. They come right through the border. They come right through that border. Tijuana. Chihuahua, Mexico, and all that good stuff. Yeah. We're talking about drugs. Or you're talking about drugs now. I thought we were talking about murder. We are a big druggy nation. You are correct. A lot of drugs, a lot of opioids and fentanyl and all of that. Which city has the highest murder rate? Detroit? My bad. Baltimore should probably number 2 or 3. It fluctuates from year to year, but it's always 5 cities, and they're all Democratic. So how can conservatives do the most murder? That doesn't make sense. There's hardly any murders going on in fucking Montana or in Fargo, North Dakota. You had a movie called Fargo, which showed like there was, it's such a murderous place. Oh damn, Fargo is, everybody's killing each other. The population is low, but even when you do per capita, it's gonna be Detroit, Baltimore, St. Louis, Memphis, Detroit, Baltimore, St. Louis, Memphis. Those are 4. And I think Chicago might be somewhere in the 5. St. Louis be up there, man. And Camden, New Jersey sometimes is up there. Camden, New Jersey is crazy. East St. Louis is its own city. Well, yeah, I think people do hype up Chicago as very dangerous, but there's only certain parts of Chicago that are very dangerous. Chicago's a huge city. Chicago has a lot of people that are not committing crime, and the fact that it's so populated actually brings down the murder rate per capita. But that still doesn't mean that there's not a lot of murder. There's more murders happening in Chicago than in New York City per capita, and by the raw numbers. Yeah, that's because there's a lot of people in Chicago, so that actually it brings them down. But I thought they were top 5, but maybe I'm wrong. But did I get it right? St. Louis, Baltimore, Detroit, and Memphis, top 4. Who's the 5th one then? What am I missing? Chicago isn't even top 20 per capita. New Orleans, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. That's the one. New Orleans. So Democratic cities with black mayors, that Detroit has had black mayors for like the last 20 years, Baltimore too. The whole school board, which is, the Baltimore has horrible education system. So people are talking about right wing white men. The cities with the most murder per capita have a high population of black people. Uh-oh. New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis. I've been telling you. New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis, Detroit. All Democrats. What's going on in Democratic cities? Why is there so much murder? And what the hell is wrong with the culture in Black America right now among young black men? What's going on? Why do we have people focusing so much on what white people are doing when we see rampant murders in the black community and we just want to ignore it as if it's not a problem, as if you have low expectations for black people? That's what I want to ask all you people out here that are confused about what is he talking about? How dare he? Why do you not address the elephant in the room ever? What are you so scared about? Do you think black people are going to beat you up if you tell them the truth? They might. There's always an excuse. Oh, well, it's poverty. It's poverty. Guess what? There's more poverty in West Virginia than there is in Detroit. And there's not as much crime in West Virginia. What's the city in West Virginia? You can pick out the capital. Go compare the crime rate, the murder rate per capita. You have more white people that are living under the poverty line in this country. And I think it's more than double the amount of black people that are living under the poverty line. You got more white people. And the crime in the white community is not as high as the crime in the black community and the Hispanic community. In New York City, the shootings in New York City, suspects that commit shootings 90 to 95% of the time, depending on which year you're talking about in the last 5 to 10 years, are Black and Hispanic. If you combine Black and Hispanic shootings in New York City, they combine to 90 to 95% of the shootings in New York City, even though they're combined 60% of the population. I'm giving you statistics, Anthony Mendoza. You tell me what percentage of the shootings in New York City are committed by Blacks and Hispanics then, if I'm wrong. What's the right number? You must know the right number if I'm saying the wrong numbers. Baltimore is top 5. Yeah, the poverty isn't as condensed. So don't like liberals always say that there's more poverty in the Black community, and it's harder for them to vote because they have, or it's harder for them to get to voting areas and get resources. They don't have access to resources. You always hear liberals say access to resources, access to this, but they don't have access. What you mean they don't have access? It's more accessible if you live in the city. White people actually tend to live in rural areas, while Blacks and Hispanics tend to live more in high dense areas, high population areas that have way more access to, you know, what do you call it? Free programs, or programs that will assist you, federal or state programs that will give you benefits, food benefits, free food, free education, free health care. And you can get to these areas easier because they're right around your neighborhood. If you ever lived in a city, you know that the local DMV is no more than 5 to 10 minutes away. If you live in rural areas, it's going to be harder for you to get to those areas. It's harder for you to access those areas. Who typically lives in rural areas? Is it white people or is it Black people? The liberal talking points is actually the programming. For you Hispanic liberals that's on here, you Black liberals and you white liberals that are on here, you think you know some shit and you don't know nothing, man. You don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. I'm telling you, the majority of the time, you guys are right on like a few issues when it comes to the economy, when it comes to policing, when it comes to almost everything dealing with statistics, when you, even basic crime statistics, the liberals try to do backflips and tiptoe around the very shit that we're talking about right now. Big Boss, you see how I want y'all to see how his comment, Black people live in rural areas. So I didn't say that no Black people live in rural areas. What I said that is that Black people tend to live in high populated areas more commonly. So I'm not saying that Black people don't. They always flip when they don't have an argument, they try to straw man you into the absolute arguments. You're speaking in absolutes and I'm not speaking in absolutes. I said that white people tend to live in rural areas more often than Black people. I'm not saying Black people don't live in rural areas. Take note of that type of argument. It's a very childish argument, and it's actually deceptive because it's a straw man, as if I said Black people don't live in rural areas. You understand that what I'm saying is that white people tend to live in rural areas more than Black people. That doesn't mean that black people don't live in rural areas. That doesn't have to be explained to a person that is smart. The only reason why I have to explain that is because you've actually railroaded what I was saying the whole time and strawmanned me into an argument where you think I said that black people don't live in rural areas. Take notes of that shit right there. He's trying to get me into an absolute. I'm telling you about what's commonly and generally. Do you know what those words mean? That doesn't mean all or absolutely. So please stop trying to be deceptive and stop trying to lie. We know what we're talking. I know what I'm talking about, dude. You seem to be confused about shit. Yes, you did. You said black people live in rural areas. I didn't say that black people don't live in rural areas. So why are you saying that black people do live in rural areas? Do you think that there are more black people in rural areas than white people? No, you're wrong. There are more white people that live in those rural areas that are actually outside of the dense area, the more populated or high, what do you call it? The high populated area in the cities like New York City, Chicago, Philadelphia. That's not rural. Jasper, Texas will be a rural area. Christmas, Florida is rural. Wedgefield, Florida. And you go and look up the racial demographics of these areas, you're going to have like 90% white to 98% white. So you want to point out the little bit of black people. Well, there are black people. Ugh. So they don't have access either. That's a few black people, bro. That's not even an argument. It actually proves my point that there are way more white people, as I said. Right. It's more white people everywhere. Really? So are there more white people living in Detroit than black people? There are the population of black people in Detroit, my brother, is actually more than white people. So try again. There's not more white people everywhere. That means that there's more white people in Detroit than there are black people, and that's not true. So what you said was a lie. You see how easy that is? No, he says. Yo, big boss, fall back, bro. You've been shut down already. There's more black people in Detroit than there are white people. So Eva Fluxa wants to bring up one city that there are more black people. Okay, does that outweigh the way more cities, the thousands of more cities in this country that have predominantly white people? Because you want to bring up one? You want to bring up the anomaly. Okay, you're actually proving my point by bringing up the anomaly. Not all. Yeah, I don't know why you had to bring up that point, but okay, thank you. Okay, is the poverty rate, let me see, what's the city? All right, so let's do poverty versus crime. Eva, have you ever heard of the Gini coefficient? Do you know what that is? The Gini coefficient, the GINI coefficient. Go ahead and look it up. I know you can go in and out and check that shit out. They already debunked that poverty causes crime. Okay, so the Gini coefficient actually tracks the relationship between poverty and crime worldwide. There are countries that are poorer than America, poorer countries. And we here in America have more crime than those poorer countries. So poverty doesn't necessarily cause crime. You're trying to say that because people are poor, they commit more crimes. Why is that? Because they have less morals? They have lower morals or something? Are you saying rich people have higher morals? That argument is old as hell. It's an old, tired, liberal argument. We have the city of Chicago has way more money than cities in Montana, cities in Wisconsin that are broke, and there isn't as much crime. Just because somebody doesn't have money, it doesn't give them the incentive of crime. Do you know the difference between relative poverty and absolute poverty? If we're going to talk about poverty and crime, you must know the difference between relative poverty and absolute poverty. Don't talk about poverty with me if you don't know these things. If you don't understand where the conversation needs to go, why the hell are you even involved in the conversation? So because you're broke is going to make you want to murder? What incentive is there behind murder and rape? Why would you all of a sudden want to rape people just because you don't have any money? You motherfuckers are crazy, yo. Poverty doesn't cause crime. Just shut up. Isn't rape a crime? Why would you want to rape people just because you're desperate? You don't have money. Oh, I'm desperate. I want to rape people. Oh my God. You see the silly liberal arguments? You motherfuckers are silly as shit. What about the culture in the black community? You don't think that brings the crime rate up? What about the culture and the negative ass degenerate culture in the black community? You don't think that might be some type of reason why the crime is so high in their community? Because rappers get rich and now they have money and they still commit crime. Why are rappers committing so much crime? Rappers be having money. Dame Dash, you got Jay-Z, Nas, P. Diddy, R. Kelly. Well, they got money now. Why they still commit crime? It's a culture, man. It's a culture that needs to be unlearned. It's the same reason why you think Charlie Kirk is the devil, but you think George Floyd is a saint. Because people in this country, especially white liberals, you actually lower the expectations for black people. That's why you make the excuses. Oh, they're poor. They don't know any better. You guys are the real racists, actually, if you really look at it. You know it's true. You know it's the truth, yo. It's the truth, like VOC 180 proof. Let's talk about the difference between absolute poverty and relative poverty, if you haven't looked it up yet. And this is why poverty doesn't cause crime. That's why the more poor that you are doesn't necessarily mean that the more crime you're going to commit or that the less morals you have. Because just because you're poor, it doesn't mean that you're just going to be committing crimes. And then the only crime that y'all ever love to talk about with poor people is stealing. That's it. You're not talking about all the other crimes. You're making it seem like, oh, they just want to steal like Aladdin to get bread for their monkey. And, you know, that's it. Like they're just a baby, innocent Aladdin little angel. And they just want to steal food because they're hungry. They're not stealing TVs and sneakers and iPods and purses. They're not stealing that. Oh, but they're going to sell the purses to get money to feed their hungry children. Yeah, they're not going to go to the club and splurge that money. And No, they're so innocent and they're poor and they're just you guys are soft as fuck out there, man. And you lower the expectation for black people. You guys actually keep black people in that same cycle and you tell them that it's okay for them to behave that way because they're poor and because of racism and slavery and Jim Crow and redlining, and you bring up all these things to excuse the behavior in the black community instead of just exposing it for what it is and being honest so that shit could change. That's the only time you're going to see change. The same way black people shame the history of the white man and the slavery, the same way they shame you all the time, and you know they're doing it all the time, they need to be shamed for the crime that's going on in their communities. There's no reason why 90 to 95% of the shootings in New York City are committed by people of color. Only. That shit don't make any sense, yo. There's like 30% white people in New York City. And when it comes to shootings, they only do like 2%. How the fuck does that happen? And you telling me the white man is the devil. You sound like Hebrew Israelites out there. You sound like how I sounded when I was in a Hebrew Israelite cult. Hey, Count Spocula, what's the difference between absolute poverty and relative poverty? We're going to talk about poverty. Socioeconomic factors. They love that word. It's socioeconomic. That's their fucking word. That's their buzzword. But that's a fucking dog whistle right there. Socioeconomic. That shit's crazy. I say this as a white man. I reject you, white man. You are the fucking problem. You're a liberal white man. You're the fucking issue. You're the problem in this country. Motherfuckers that talk about, what are you talking about? How does inequality cause rape? Explain how inequality causes rape. And what can a white person do that a black person can't do right now in this country? You're telling me that white people can do more things. You sound racist actually when you say that white people can do things more than black people can do. What is it that a white person can do that a black person can't do? I say this as a white man. Look at the privilege. I'm a white man. I'm saying it as a white man. Bro, you have a your whole fucking bloodline has a history of racism. And now you feel guilty and you're trying to be, oh, I'm not like my ancestors. You sound like a bitch, dude. So you think when black people go to Family Dollar that they're being watched? That they're going to be watched more than white people? What statistics show you that when white people go to Family Dollar that they're being watched more than black people, or that the other way around, that black people are being watched more than white people? And you're not even American, so you don't know shit about what's going on in this country. Then I asked you, what's the difference between relative poverty and absolute poverty, Count Spocula? Because if you're gonna bring up the poverty conversation, then you should know what's the difference between relative poverty and absolute poverty. Well, Charlie Kirk, as a white man, was murdered, and he wasn't celebrated as much as George Floyd was. So when white people are killed, can you name a white person that's been killed by police? Anybody here? Name a white person that's been killed by police. Because we just saw the story of Trey Reed, where a black person can commit suicide, and you got people doing fundraisers for him. Can you name a white person that committed suicide and people did a fundraiser for them because they thought that they were murdered by racist people? Yeah, I know you can't remember the name of a white person. Count Spocula, can you name a black person that was shot by police or killed by police? I can name like 10 right now. Okay, yeah, that was in the Las Vegas hotel. I forget his name, but that's like the one. There's been so many more. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake, Rashad Robinson in Atlanta. Oh, Rashad Lewis in Atlanta, I think his name was. That was at the drive-thru in Wendy's, right? So you can name all these black people, but you can't name any white people. Take notes. Do you think that more white people are killed by cops or more black people are killed by cops in America? Who's killed more by police, black people or white people? So you got in this conversation, Count Spocula. You brought up poverty. I'm not done with the poverty thing too. Who do you think gets killed by police more, Count Spocula? Right. But how come you can admit that more white people are getting shot by police, right? How come you can't name one white person that got killed by a police officer, even though there are more of them? But you can name a bunch of black people, and you say black people nobody cares about black people. How come black people are more known, even though white people get killed more by police? Well, I do have the stats. Yes, that's what I do, bro. I have the statistics, and trust me, I know that you don't. But he just admitted, regardless of the statistics, Count Spocula, you just admitted that it's more white people because there's more white people in the population. But how come you can't name one white person that was killed by police? But we know all these black people. Are we Derek Nelson, are we counting Africa or just United States? When we talk about how many blacks owned slaves. Because there's countries in Africa that just banned slavery in like 2007. There's countries in Africa that just banned slavery in 1990. There's a country in Africa that banned slavery in like 2000, 2009, 2007. You don't care about that, right? You care so much about slavery when it's white people doing it only. It's the hypocrisy of liberals, man. Motherfucker from New Zealand. Can you tell me what's the difference between relative poverty and absolute poverty, please? I've been waiting. Mauritania. There you go, Ahmed. 2009, 2007. They abolished slavery. You know the deal, Ahmed. Good job. You see how people are corroborating what I'm saying? I'm not fucking pulling shit out of my ass. I know what I'm talking about. Go to all my videos. This is what I do, man. This is what I talk about. This is what I look up. You guys don't know the statistics. So you're just doubting me, man. I do videos on mass shootings and school shootings every fucking year, yo. I know the statistics of crime. I know the population of races and demographics. I can tell you all this stuff. I live in this country. Do you know what's the difference between absolute poverty and relative poverty? Count Chocula, whatever your name is. He said it. Relative poverty is how more wealthy others are. Yeah. Okay. So Count Spocula, right? Poverty causes crime, right? So how come there's more crime when there's relative poverty, which is not as bad as absolute poverty? How come when there's absolute poverty, when it's like completely poor, shouldn't there be more crime? But how come there's more crime when there's relative poverty? And go look it up. I'm glad that you know, but you probably Googled it. Socioeconomic factors. Oh my God. No, it's not genetics. You see, you motherfuckers always jump to that shit. Wasn't I just talking about a culture in the community? Why you never talk about how negative the culture is in the black community? You are racist as shit. You see how they jump to genetics? Eugenics. You're talking about eugenics. That shit is not fucking real, yo. You dumbass. Yo, are they really this ignorant in New Zealand? Jesus Christ, dude. There's absolute poverty and there's relative poverty. Relative poverty is when you're not absolutely broke. You got food. You have clothes. You're just looking at people that live across the street and you're comparing your money to their money and you're realizing that there's opportunity. There's a way to get more money. When you have absolute poverty, there's no opportunity anywhere. So that's why you don't have as much crime because there's nobody to rob. There's nothing there. There's no opportunity. That's why. So poverty doesn't cause crime because people that are absolutely shit broke are not doing as much crime as people that are relatively poor, that have enough. They got Jordans, motherfuckers got Air Maxes, they got food to eat every day. They just want to get more money because they see that other people have more money. That's what relative poverty is. Absolute poverty is when you don't have shit and there's not as much crime happening when there's broke ass motherfuckers, when there's absolute poverty. So that means that crime or that poverty doesn't cause crime. Because if poverty causes crime, that means that the more poor you are, the more crime there should be. So poverty doesn't cause crime. So I'm telling you right now, man, I've done this a million times. I've had these conversations before. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. When you talk about poverty, socioeconomic factors, when they have access to more free shit in the cities, that there's more opportunities in New York City. People make a habit of living off of government assistance in this country. I see it all the time. Puerto Ricans do that shit like crazy. You know how much Puerto Ricans are under government assistance? And they use America as a crutch. If it wasn't for the United States, Puerto Rico would be shit. We are supporting their welfare system. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans that are under fucking government assistance. A lot of them motherfuckers don't like to work. They're not like the Mexican. Mexicans be fucking working. Hispanics ain't the same across the board. And Puerto Rico has money. Puerto Rico has money. They're not fucking absolute. They're not in absolute poverty. And guess what the crime rate is looking like in Puerto Rico? It's not looking good. Philadelphia has money. Philadelphia, people have more money in Philly than they do in places like Montana or Wyoming. They got more money in Philadelphia. There's more shootings, more crime, more murder in Philadelphia than there is in Kennesaw, Wyoming. You guys don't, and then you want to assume it's eugenics. It's their genetics. Nah, man. The statistician is the dude that came up with the Gini coefficient. and he compared countries that are in absolute poverty to countries that don't have absolute poverty, and he realized that there's countries that don't have absolute poverty, there's more crime when compared to countries that have absolute poverty. So look up the Gini coefficient, genius. You see. So white men don't commit crimes. The absolutes is crazy. Black people commit crime at a higher rate than white people. That doesn't mean that white people don't commit crimes. Maya Stevenson, you've been here long enough to know the deal, man. Are you a fucking troll? Like, come on, dude. Why do you go to the absolute? That shit's crazy. That shit's crazy. That's when you don't have an argument. Go look it up. I mean, come on, yo. This shit's crazy. Maya Stevenson, yo, how many times have you been on my chat? And you see the straw man? So I'm saying that there's a higher crime rate in the black community, and then his brain goes to, so white people don't commit crimes? That's crazy, yo. That's so like manipulative, and you're trying to just like railroad the whole conversation, bro. Are you that stupid that you have to go to the absolutes all the time? We already been through that. Somebody did that earlier. That shit's crazy, yo. Or sometimes they want to point out the anomaly. What's not common. We know what's commonly happening, man. 13% of the population commits over 50% of the murder in the United States. Can you fact check me, Count Spocula? Do black people in this country commit over half of the murders? And they're only 13% of the population? Am I lying about that? Can you look it up? Can anybody fact check me in real time? Socioeconomic factors. Holy shit, yo. Can we actually come to some common ground? Do you believe that black people commit most of the murders in this country before we move on to the reasons why? Can we agree to the actual numbers so that I know that you agree with what I'm saying? Because I don't know what the fuck you've been reading. You're not even in this country. You don't know the actual stats. So do black people commit more murders in this country than white people? They do? Thank you, C. Kyle. I thought that was Count Spocula. Black people are 13% of the population. They commit over 50% of the crime. Can somebody Google it and see what it says? I'm sorry, the murders, not crime. I'm sorry. 13% of the population commit over 50% of the murder. No, it hasn't been debunked. So dumb, man. So give me the numbers then. Somebody put the actual numbers. What percentage of the murders do black people commit in this country? What percentage of the murders do black people commit in this country, and what's your source? The statistics is the Bureau of Justice and the FBI. But if you Google it, they'll give you the links so you can actually look it up. Well, white people are about 67% of the population, so that's right in line with the population rate. The source is the FBI, the Bureau of Justice, the Department of Justice. You have each individual city that gathers statistics from precincts in every city. How many exonerations have there been compared to how many murders there have been? There have been 1,500 exonerations, and it was a study done by the University of Michigan. You hear me? That shows that there have been about 600 exonerations of black people. So when you give me a percentage of exonerations, it's also good to understand the raw number, because 5 out of 10 is 50%. And 500 out of 1,000 is also 50%. So you can easily confuse, oh, they're both the same. It's both 50%. No. But one of them is 5 out of 10. The other one is 500 out of 1,000. So you can be very deceptive with the population, with a percentage, I mean. So what are the raw numbers? How many exonerations have there been? How many exonerations have there been of black people? What's the raw number? I know most of the crime black people commit are against each other. But black people commit more murders, interracial murders, black on whites, is higher than white on black. Uh-oh, there's another stat I just brought up. Let's stick to what we're talking about, the murder rate. How many exonerations, which you just mentioned, have there been? I told you it was 1,600. Half of those were black people. That's like 800. There's 800 exonerations in the last 45 years. 800 exonerations of black people. And you want to say that that is somehow the reason this is why black people, you can't count the murder. How many murders have there been compared to exonerations, bro? You're talking about 800 exonerations in like 40 years. How many murders have there been in the last 40 years? Take 800 out. I don't care. Take 800 innocent black men out, and you still have more murders done in the black community than in the white community. There are 3,000 to 4,000, sometimes almost 5,000 murders every year of convicted murderers in the black community. We're talking about convictions. There's a conviction number, not just an arrest number. And that's just in 1 year. And you add that up, if you got 4,000 murders a year, every 10 years, that's 40,000 murders. Every 20 years, that's 80,000 murders. Every 30 years, that's 120,000 murders. Or something like that. I'm sorry, 12,000 murders. What did I say, 120? No, that's right, 120. I said 10,000, or 10 years. Then if 40 years would be 160,000 murders So you've had 160,000 murders, let's say, average in 40 years. And you want to talk about 800 exonerations in 40 years. 800. Take away 800. You still got 150,000 freaking murders, man. That's a drop from a bucket. And 10% of the white population is more than 20% of the black population in this country because there are more white people than there are black people in this country. You talking dumb shit, yo. Yo, big boss, bro. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, yo. You have no numbers right now. You ain't giving me shit. Right. Exactly. So, what you're not counting, big boss, is that exactly. Savon, you're on point. Big boss. So even if the person was exonerated, that person, there's still a murderer that didn't get caught. There's still a black murderer that wasn't caught. So just because they exonerated a black man, that means that they caught the wrong black man. So just because they were exonerated doesn't mean that a black person, another black person, didn't kill that person. Thank you, Savon. At least there's some smart people in this comment because there's a lot of dumbass motherfuckers in this comment section. It's insane. It's unsane, as some of my Dominican people would say. The exonerations is not even just geared towards murders. Exactly. That's what's crazy. Right, Cowboy Neptune? So those exonerations could be fraud. It could be, rape. It doesn't necessarily mean murder. We're talking about murders, bro. We're talking about shootings, murders in the black community. It's fucking high. Why are you trying to hide or lie to me about what's going on in the black community? What suburb did you grow up in that you don't know what the fuck is going on in the black community, man? You don't see what's happening out here? Why are you lying to me? Lie to me, yo. Lie to me. Yeah, unsane. I got that from it's a joke. It's an inside joke, man. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Ace, go on, Ace. Go on, Ace. You didn't catch that one. How can 13% of the population kill half the people? Half the people of what? What are you talking about? Half the murders that happen, not half the people. What the fuck? Half of the murders that happen are being done by black people. Not that black people are killing half of the population. Yo, big boss, you are a fucking idiot, bro. You don't even know how to fucking figure out what you're saying, man. Out of the murders that happen in the country, not out of the people that are in the country. Black people aren't killing half of the people in the country. Holy shit, dude. I'm a little twisted right now, and I still got my shit together better than you. This shit's crazy. Oh my God, yo. Jesus Christ. You know how 13% of the population can commit more than half of the murders that happen? Because they're doing it at a higher rate. Oh, maybe that's why. How can Allen Iverson, who's one person, shoot half of the three-pointers in the season for the Philadelphia 76ers? Maybe because he's shooting three-pointers at a higher rate. Maybe that's how. Yo, how is Allen Iverson just one person and he's shooting half of the three-pointers for the 76ers? Because he's doing it more often. You idiot. What the fuck? Yo, what is happening out there, yo? What are we doing here? It's an example, Ace, of something that used to happen. But thank you for trying to, change the conversation into something else. Allen Iverson doesn't even play anymore. Haha, you're wrong. What is wrong with you guys out there, yo? Yo, just try to follow along to what we're talking about here. We're talking about how statistics work. You guys ever heard of the law of large numbers? Nah, you probably haven't, right? You making up shit as you go. Yeah, I guess I am making up shit as you go. This is why you don't put a black guy on the debating team. Yo, you never seen that movie, The Great Debaters? Come on, man. Denzel Washington will prove you wrong. This man thinks he knows about statistics. Well, I get it. You a Charlie Kirk groupie. So if you Google, what percentage of the murders do black people commit? If you Google that, can you tell me what kind of, like, what are you going to get? Let me see. I wish I could post it right on here. But when I Googled what percentage of the murders do black people commit, it brought it back to the 2019 stats, and it said 55.9% of the murders are committed by black people in this country. 9% of the murders are committed by black people in this country. Google is a search engine, that boy, and it'll lead you to sources and references that you can click on. And when you click on that, then it'll actually take you to something outside of Google, which is maybe the FBI statistics or the Bureau of Justice or the DOJ, or maybe you'll get like statistics that were created by the police department in a certain city, or all the precincts combined, the statistics of all the precincts in a certain district. That's how they usually come up with these numbers, but apparently I don't think you know that. Large cultural issues. I'm an expert in large cultural issues, and I know what black people need. These white people think they fucking special. They're the God's gift to the world, man. So even if they arrest somebody and he's not convicted, that doesn't mean that he's innocent, and that doesn't mean that that person wasn't murdered by another black person. So, they didn't convict one black person, but, there's another black person on the loose that actually did it. So when you talk about arrests, it doesn't mean anything, because there's a victim and there's proof that when the majority of black murders that happen are committed by black people, just like the majority of white murders that happen are committed by white people. So you can naturally assume that when you see a black person murdered, that it was probably done by another black person. Just like you can assume when a white person is killed, just like Charlie Kirk, that it was probably done by another white person, especially when you're in the state of Utah, Mormon Central. It's not a bias. It's actually statistically probable, and not even just probable. It's more than likely, like overwhelmingly, 95% of the black murders are done by black people. We're talking about the convictions. Just like 85% of the white murders are done by white people. That's a natural, safe assumption. So that's how it works. Most murders are done intra-racially. That means that you're doing it to your own kind, your own people, your own race. It's intra-racially. I'm telling you, for the last 6-7 years, I've been going in on statistics, individual statistics, federal statistics, state statistics, citywide statistics, going into crime, even the education, the numbers on like education in Baltimore especially is one of the worst. This is what I talk about. I'm talking about these topics because there's a lot of ignorance, and you can see in the comment section, you guys don't know what the hell you're talking about. Somebody asked, there's Big Boss. Big Boss is, I don't know how Big Boss is still in here and not embarrassed. He said, how does 13% of the population kill 50% of the people? Like, come on, man. What are you talking about? That's not even the argument. The exonerations are so small. It's a drop of a bucket compared to the actual murders that are going on. So to bring that up is to try to throw, monkey wrench. You're trying to fog up the actual statistics. You're trying to explain it away because you're probably embarrassed by it. I don't understand why we can't just admit that there's a problem so that way we can come to some kind of solution. If we can't even agree that there's an issue and come to common ground, we're going to be arguing about all these other shit like you guys are doing in the comment section. You guys are so ridiculous, you can't even admit that there's a higher rate of murder in the black community. You can't even admit that. What the hell is the problem with admitting that? Oh, it's racism. It's racist to show statistics. That's what these motherfuckers are saying. Don't open up. Don't look at the man behind the damn the curtain. Ignore the man behind the curtain. You're trying to explain it away some other way, man. What are you talking about? Yo, you should be embarrassed. I don't think you're smart enough to be embarrassed. Can we listen, Mayan? They always jump to the why. Can we admit that black people are committing most of the murders? Can we just admit it and just stop there for a second and just think about it and agree with it? Now you're asking, well, why do you think that is? Do we agree that that's what's happening? Yo, this shit is crazy, bro. You can't even agree that it's happening. So you'll never come to a solution or to even a conversation because we can't find any common ground. We're arguing about the statistics that we know is true, man. What are you arguing about? It's the stats, bro. You can look it up right now and it'll tell you this is what's going on. Why do you think the cities with the highest murder are cities with high black populations? Detroit, Baltimore, Memphis, St. Louis. Why do you think that is? You guys are lying to yourselves, man. Why do you want to hide the fact that there's problems in the black community so they can continue? That shit's crazy. You look at how you would never say that in my face. That's just internet shit. Why would I never say that in your face? Because you're going to get violent and murder me? Thank you for admitting that black people are actually more violent. I would never say that to your face because black people are they're going to hurt you. Yo, you should be scared of me. You're actually fucking, oh my God, this shit's crazy right here. This shit's crazy. You would never say that to my face because I'll kill you. He's saying, how dare you say black people are more violent? I'm gonna kill you. Exactly showing you're exactly like proving my point, man. Thank you for threatening me online. You would never say that to black people, man, because you know they're gonna kill you. That's the point, dude. That's the fucking point. That's what they always tell me. That's what they once they tried to seed. Yo, this shit's crazy. Once they okay, it's seeded. I agree. What you're saying is true. Now I'm mad and I'm gonna hurt you and prove your point. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. Yo, big boss, man. Big boss. You don't kill, you just like assault people, right? You just assault people when they tell you it's true. You need to control yourself, man. You're a grown-ass man. You're not a child. Control your emotions and learn how to have a conversation without getting violent or threatening. You're gonna be okay, dude. And then you wonder, and then when you get locked up, you're gonna be like, oh, it's racism. I need to get exonerated. It was another black guy. As if exonerations mean that, oh, he's exonerated, so it wasn't that black guy. Okay, but it was another black guy. So how does that change the number? Thank you. Come again. Nigga crazy, yo. How dare you tell the truth about black people's violence? I'm gonna kill you, yo. I'm gonna hurt you.
Like I told you inside, I've got a search warrant. I'm going to give you a copy of it here in just a minute. I've got it for your person.
All right. Yes, we need to admit it. Then we can talk about how we could fix it. You know how we could fix it? By admitting it, first of all, and actually admitting that there's a problem, and you know that's not going to happen on a large scale. Look at half the people in this comment section. They're fucking going crazy. They can't even admit it. We can't even come to common ground to then come to a fucking solution because you motherfuckers want to argue about how, no, that's not true. That's not true. When the statistics are clear, man. Come on, dude. Like, what suburbs did you motherfuckers grow up in? Do you not know what's going on in the fucking, the trappers, the fucking, all the rappers out here that are killing themselves, man? They're rapping about it. And then they go to the cemetery and take a shit and a piss on their ops a gravesite. And before they even do that, they shoot up the funerals. Who's known for killing people, then shooting up the funerals where their family's mourning? Does that shit happen in the Jewish communities? Is that an Asian thing? Are Hindus doing that? That shit happens in Chicago. That shit happens in Pittsburgh. I did a story on that. In Pottsville, Pittsburgh, where there was gang violence. They killed a young black teen, and then they went to the funeral and shot up the funeral. And you motherfuckers want to, oh, no. You don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. This is what I do, man. You guys came on here and you weren't ready for this conversation. And you're repeating and parroting narratives that you heard that you think sound smart. And you don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Because I could easily get you trapped up. And especially if I get one of you motherfuckers live on here talking to me. Because you can easily just make a comment. If we can fact check this shit in real time. Come on, son. Come on, son. Dumb people in the chat, yo. Yeah, you're the people you're the type of person, nerdy locks, you fucking liberal, that canceled Abu from The Simpsons, man. A beloved character on The Simpsons. Oh, that's racist. You're gonna take Abu out, man. You're gonna destroy the Simpsons, bro. Because you're soft snowflake that gets hurt by little stupid. So what, man? So what that it's a common thing? It's not racist. Thank you, come again is racist? Holy shit. That's actually the name of a convenience store that I go to. It's called Thank You Come Again. And every time I read it in Abu's voice. People like you destroyed fucking The Simpsons, man. Cancel culture, man. The topic was what's his name? Trey Reed, the guy that hung himself and committed suicide, and everybody's saying it was a white person, it's racism. It's a Jussie Smollett. And it was sad is that that's not what the dude intended to do. So it's not even really a Jussie Smollett. Because the dude intended to kill himself. I don't think he wanted to make a big fiasco and make people think that he was lynched by white people. Why? What is this damn infatuation with race and racism in this country? And you think white people are the devil? It's like even when somebody kills himself, somehow they blame white people. This is crazy. Trey Reed is a black man that committed suicide at Delta State University in Mississippi. He committed suicide, and somehow they've turned this around and blamed it on white people. This is what's going on in America right now, man. Black people aren't held accountable for their own actions. When they murder themselves, when they commit suicide, when they do shootings, when they shoot up funerals, somehow it's still the white man's fault. It's because the white man has destroyed their socioeconomic position, their socioeconomic status. Yo, nerdy locks. Rape isn't done out of need. Murders aren't done out of need. People don't murder people out of need. The majority of murders that are happening are not because there's a robbery involved. It's because of problems and beefs and gang violence. It's not because they're trying to get money from somebody and rob somebody. So you don't even know what's going on. You're giving me false information, man. Somebody has taught you lies and you're running with it. Where are you getting this from? Stop trying to dominate like you're the intelligent person in the comment section. Look at what you're saying. You don't say it in the sense of what is factually, which is desperation and it's being done out of need. No, it's not, man. That's not what's going on. It's not being done out of need. Who needs to rape somebody? That doesn't make any sense. Who needs to murder somebody to get money? You need to murder somebody to get money? What's the desperation about? Are you talking about incentive? Killing somebody is not an incentive type crime. You don't get money for killing somebody. That's actually one of the worst things you can do if you want to do a robbery. The last thing you want to do is shoot somebody or murder somebody, because then you could get charged for way worse things than if you just rob somebody, especially in a state like California or New York. If you rob somebody with a gun and you don't shoot that gun, you're going to bail out that same day. Sometimes it's not even considered a violent crime, even if you have a gun and you rob somebody. So it's actually better that you don't murder somebody. If you're desperate and you need money, why would you raise the violence and now you're gonna get a higher penalty? You know, you're gonna get charged more. You're gonna get definitely a felony, a first degree, a third degree felony, or second degree in some cases. Sometimes it's a misdemeanor if you don't hurt anybody. If you just rob, which is necessity, you're not. You see how it's so easy to pick these arguments apart. These are some people that go to universities too, and they pay to study this shit, and they get taught a bunch of bullshit. when all you have to do is use your wisdom, your knowledge, and of course you got to read, look at the statistics, compare them, see what is consistent in some cities or countries. You can even compare state to state. You could compare city to city, neighborhood to neighborhood, country to country, male to female, blacks to whites, teens to adults. I do all that stuff, man. I've already done this shit 100 times before you came on my live today. I just want you to know that. Come on, I'm not even gonna address some of this shit. You can jump right off this live and jump right off my dick. Get off the 9-inch Apple head. Academia has been swayed. You got to read more sources than that. Otherwise, it's polarizing. Ed should be expansive. Thanks, man. I appreciate you guys. Savon, you know you're the man, bro. People, for some reason, have this belief that if they are the most oppressed, they are by default the most virtuous or morally superior now. That's true. Yeah. It's this, it's like, I'm oppressed. Look at me. Yeah, I love that comment, man. Verify the sources. So for example, the FBI is going to gather from statistics from precincts, and from, I mean, there's some states or cities that don't even publicize their statistics. I think Los Angeles, you can't even get those stats anymore. And I think we know why. They be trying to hide shit out here, man. And especially when you talk about liberals, they try to hide the issues in their own community so you don't point that out. We've spoken about this a million times before, man. I'm kind of getting bored right now and tired. I got to work in the morning. But a question, how does one verify? Okay, we go. Have you heard of Larry Elder? I agree with a lot of his positions. Yeah, I like Larry Elder and Thomas Sowell and people like that. But yeah, I mean, already platinum. The fact is, if you Google it right now, what percent of the murders are committed by black people in the United States? It's going to tell you 55.9%. And then when you look at the population, it's actually only 13% of the population. So they ain't no new niggas. It's the same niggas. Well, I mean, the highest crime, the cities with the highest crimes per capita are democratic cities. It's full of liberals that look down on black people and they have low expectations for black people. That's why they want to lower the bar and set them up for failure when they get to the real world. What do I think about Charlie Kirk? I think Charlie Kirk was a great man, and he's going to be remembered longer than anybody in this chat, including myself. His name will live on, just like Martin Luther King's name is living on. And remember, Martin Luther King is going to come out. It's actually going to be declassified completely in 2027, in January. Martin Luther King participated in orgies with prostitutes and done all types of shit, which doesn't take away from his message. I think his message is still a great message, but the man himself, had flaws, as we all do. So when I say Charlie Kirk will be remembered as Martin Luther King, he's going to be remembered by white people, like how Martin Luther King is mostly remembered by black people. Charlie Kirk is a conservative hero. He's an angel to people on the right. He's the nicest conservative debater that I've ever seen. I think that they killed the nice guy. If they really wanted to kill somebody that was dangerous, they would have killed Nick Fuentes and some of these alt-right neo-Nazis and far-right maniacs that are really out there, which Charlie Kirk was none of that. Charlie Kirk was actually somebody that was for all people, even though he had his beliefs and he was firm in his beliefs, as he said. He also said that he was long-suffering and that you got to give people a chance and an opportunity and not be so hateful and be more open-minded. And I think Charlie Kirk is going to be remembered as long as I'm alive. I'm going to remember Charlie Kirk as a person that helped me open up my eyes to the evil and the lies that are being told by liberals and progressives and people on the left that swear that they're the most educated, that swear that they have all the evidence and all the facts and all the stats behind them. But as we saw right here in this live, you can fact check me later and see what I said. Tell me if what I said was wrong. I may have gotten the top 5 cities wrong. At least maybe I got one of the cities wrong. I think I threw Chicago in there. Chicago is actually not even top 10. I forgot where they list. But when you actually focus in on certain areas, if you take out the north side or the west side of Chicago, and you just focus in maybe more on the south side, then you'll see the crime rate really skyrocket per capita, per every 100,000 residents. You're going to see that the crime rate is actually pretty high because the crime in Chicago is more concentrated in certain areas. Chicago's a beautiful city. Chicago's a great city. There's a lot of good people that live there that are not committing crime, that are not criminals. But then you have very just negative degeneracy going on, that you got wars, you got shootings happening where children are being shot. A lot of people don't even know that George Floyd's niece was shot. She was like 5 years old. Everybody knows George Floyd, but nobody knows that George Floyd's niece was actually shot and killed in the hood. I'm sorry, she wasn't killed. She was shot in the hood. Luckily, she survived. But nobody knows her name. What does she matter? Oh, because one of her own, it was another black person that shot George Floyd's niece. That don't matter. Everybody, that's nothing. But look at what the white man's doing. Everybody wants to focus on white people. Nobody wants to focus on cleaning up the community. And what the real problem is, there's a high crime rate in the democratic cities, the high populated cities, and it's largely being done by young black men from the ages of 17 and 29 years old. The murder rate in the black community, the black people are 13% of the population. That's including women. The black women are doing like 8% of the murders. Women don't commit that much murder. Men commit more murders. That means that if you chop the 13% of black people in half, you got 6.5% of the population, which are black men. They're doing 45% of the murders, 6% of the population. If you want to chop that down even more, young black men between the ages of 17 and 29 are doing 39% of the population, 39% of the murders. Fact check me. I'm out of here. This video will stay up so you guys can go back and actually look up the statistics. And if I'm wrong, put it in the comment section and tell me what's the actual numbers and give me a source. I know this shit off the top of my head because this is what I do. If anybody ever wants to come on a live and debate, we can do that too. But let me know ahead of time. We can set it up so I don't have it, so I can do it a different way. Because when I go live like this on my phone, I can't invite anybody unless I prepare it to be that way from the beginning. But I'm out of here, man. Rest in peace to Trey Reed and in Mississippi, and and Corey Zatukis, the other guy that was found hanging, that was found hung in Mississippi. We got into that a little bit. Then we went into all types of other conversations, which is cool. I appreciate you guys coming through. Give the video a like. Subscribe to my channel if you want to come back and argue with me. I'll holler at you guys later. All right.